is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. It's time for the NFL Divisional Playoffs, presented by Intuit TurboTax.
Flacco looks, he throws, it is intercepted! Christian Harris down the left side, nobody's there, and it's Harris to the house! Touchdown, Texans! It's a pig party in Houston!
A pig party, Ian, and Joe Flacco is the guest of honor.
Jackson from the shotgun, throws to the middle of the field, it's deflected, and it's picked out of the air by Aguilar. He's running to his left, breaks the tackle to the 15, near side to the 5, and he does a somersault into the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens!
Love fakes the handoff, rolling right, looking, fires into the end zone, caught for a touchdown. It's Romeo Doubs to cap off a big day. And the Green Bay Packers have hung 47 on the Dallas Cowboys. The extra point try is coming up. The Packers trying to match their playoff record for scoring in a single game.
Shotgun snap, Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards, Brock Purdy to Debo Samuel, and San Francisco may have just put it away.
Every postseason game.
Last week, that's in the past, man.
Until a champion is crowned.
New talent today, new opponent.
The road to Super Bowl 58 continues.
We're here to win. That's it by any means necessary.
Now, let's head to the stadium and join Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker.
We welcome you to M&T Bank Stadium for the start of the divisional weekend, and game one of our playoff doubleheader is the AFC's top seed, the Baltimore Ravens, host the Houston Texans. It's the second time this year that these two teams will meet. Today's AFC divisional playoff game is presented by Intuit TurboTax. Hey everybody, I'm Tom McCarthy along with Ross Tucker and sideline reporter Ryan Leaf as we continue our coverage on the road to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Ryan will join us shortly from downstairs, as will Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Later tonight, on most of these same stations, it'll be the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers in Game 2 of our divisional playoff doubleheader. But first, it's time for the Texans and the Ravens. The Texans just met as a team at the 20-yard line. They're looking for their first AFC championship game. Meanwhile, the Ravens to our left, we mentioned the top seed. They're trying to win a divisional round game for the first time since January 12th, 2013, and they'll do it as the top seed. Pressure, no pressure? What do you think, Ross Tucker?
Definitely pressure. There is no question, Tom. I think everybody around here knows that it's been a while since the Ravens have had playoff success. In particular, Lamar Jackson has struggled in the postseason. 1-3, 4 total touchdowns, 7 turnovers. He's taken 19 sacks. Remember, the last couple of years, he finished the year injured. He knows his track record in the postseason, and he is fully intending on correcting that. It starts today with a win against Houston.
And he is arguably the odds-on favorite to win the Most Valuable Player award. He does seem like he's playing a little more relaxed, if he can, coming into this postseason.
He's had a terrific year. There's no question. Career high in passing yards, as well as quarterback high, 821 rushing yards. And honestly, that was one of the things I wasn't curious about. I wasn't sure about with the new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, how much they would run. Well, guess what? They're still the best rushing team in the NFL, and Lamar Jackson has those 821 yards, and he's been a big reason why they have been so good this year, especially against teams with winning records. 8 wins of 14 points or more against teams with winning records. It's never been done before in the NFL.
And speaking of records with against teams with winning records, the Texans, their success this year is because of the same thing, but also because of their quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
Unbelievable, Tom. I mean, I don't remember anyone when the draft happened in April banging the drum and saying that C.J. Stroud should have been the pick at number 1 over Bryce Young, and now all he's done is gone out there and have arguably the best season by any rookie quarterback in NFL history. You mentioned what he's done against good teams. How about in particular an NFL high 21 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions against teams with winning records. Both these teams, and in particular both these quarterbacks, have excelled against the best teams on their schedule. Makes for what should be a fantastic game.
Should be. C.J. Stroud certainly put his toe in the water last week against the Cleveland Browns and wound up winning that one. Up next, we'll check in with our sideline reporter, Ryan Leaf. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo. Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays, and that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood. Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? God, you're crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
We're all better players for having Coach Belichick as our coach. I respected his work ethic. I think there was a level of accountability and discipline that he had. Maybe we didn't always want to hear it, but in the end, when we reflect back, we're happy that we did hear it and that we went through it.
Listen to Let's Go every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio and anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Sports Grid Radio has all the information you need to get the winning edge over the sports books.
There's been a ton of sharp money that's come in, dropped the line way down to as low as 4.
All the lines, odds, totals, and player props for every game, right up through the Super Bowl.
We're not dealing with a total 44.5, 45.5. We're in the mid-50s now.
When it happens in your favorite sport, it's covered on Sports Grid Radio.
I like the over, and I think I'll beat them by 11 or more.
Channel 159 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show in the world. Whether it's WWE, AEW, or TNA, the world of pro wrestling is the hottest it's ever been, and we cover it for you 7 days a week. If you follow daily or want to jump back in, Busted Open is the only place to hear the past, present, and future of pro wrestling, only on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
For some folks, it's the best weekend in the National Football League. The Ravens and the Texans ready to go at it from M&T Bank Stadium. Let's check the weather report, sponsored by Prize Picks. Make this game even more exciting with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Sign up now and make your picks right up to the fourth quarter. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions. All right, it's cold, 26 degrees, cloudy. Winds are 15 to 20 miles an hour, which means the wind chill is making it feel like 14 degrees. And he's down in the middle of it. Let's welcome in our sideline reporter for this afternoon, Ryan Leaf. Ryan?
Tom, Ross, it is cold down here for sure. But I will say this, the weather isn't as bad as the wind. Watching both quarterbacks warm up during the pregame, the ball is floating around quite a bit. That could play a huge impact, of course, in this game because you have two of the best passers in all of football. Speaking of which, one of them, Lamar Jackson, all offseason was the biggest story, whether or not he was going to even be a Baltimore Raven. The contract gets done right before the draft. Todd Monken signs on as offensive coordinator, and the rest is history. It's been so fun to watch him have fun, and I think over the last 2 years, with the contract conversation and the injuries, the fact that we're seeing a guy have a lot of fun this year makes for this Baltimore Ravens a really difficult beat in this year's playoffs.
Yeah, and it was interesting, too, Ryan. The first time these two teams faced each other early on, he was sacked 4 times, and he was just trying to figure out Todd Monken's offensive system. Much more to come from Baltimore as we approach kickoff between the Ravens and the Texans. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Chris Brockman here from the world-famous Rich Eisen Show, and the playoffs are now. The stakes are higher than they've ever been, and there's no better way to turn the playoff football's big game energy into 100 times your money than Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players. Pick more or less their projection for a wide variety of stats and place your entry. Boom! It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Get in the lab and cook up your winning entry. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit of up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app and use the code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Welcome back to our Westwood One studios. I'm Scott Graham, and welcome to the divisional playoff action that's going to set the stage for next week's Championship Sunday. Later on tonight, the NFC's #1 seed, the San Francisco 49ers, meet the Green Bay Packers in the postseason for a record 10th time. But first, it's the top dog or bird in the AFC. The Baltimore Ravens trying to hold serve against the Cinderella team of the year, the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud trying to become the first rookie head coach quarterback combo to ever make it to a league championship game. While the focus is clearly on the Texans' passing game, the running game has been important too. Devin Singletary stepped into a starting role late in the season and finished the year with nearly 900 rushing yards. I asked him this week about staying patient for most of the season while waiting for his chance to shine.
That was a part of the plan, and it's been working. You know, I'm glad they wanted me. I'm glad I'm here. You know, this year's been special, and you know, we're still going, but so far it's been special, bro.
When you watch CJ play, a lot of guys around the league that have talked about him, your opponents and a couple of your teammates have said to me, he doesn't look like a rookie. He looks like he has done this before. He looks like he's learning things and staying under control. Are those some of the qualities that you've seen out of him this year?
Man, definitely. You know, we know he can make all the throws. He can make all the plays. But for me personally, my biggest take on it, that what separates him from a lot of rookies and even a lot of guys, period, in the league is his mental. You know, how he goes about his business day in and day out. You know, how he's always trying to find ways to get better, and just the way he leads the team, you know, especially at such a young age. What he's been doing, at the level he's been doing it, man, it speaks volumes, man, on the way he was brought up and everything. You know, 7 is he's special, man. You know, he's a game changer.
You have a head coach who has a lot of high energy, and guys have really bought in. I've talked to a couple of your teammates during the course of the year. What is it about him that makes him so effective with this team?
Man, it just comes natural to him, man. His leadership, his energy is always great. You know, his attention to detail is just rubbing off on everybody. And, you know, he played the game, so I feel like it helps us relate to him even more. You know, he just keeps it real. You know, that's all you can ask for, someone that keeps it real.
Do you have a passing touchdown this year?
Yes, I do. I do have one.
Okay, when you're a terrific athlete like you are, I know there's got to be something that you know. I could probably do this. I could throw on the right play. I could throw the touchdown pass. How much fun was that?
Man, that was so much fun, man. It brought back memories of me being a kid, you know, playing little league ball, you know, in front of my family, my friends, and everything. And out of all my years in Little League, I probably played quarterback twice, but that's what it brought me back to. And to be able to do that in the league, man, that was fun.
Ravens defenders should keep an eye open for that halfback option, but they have a lot to keep track of. 6 different players, including Singletary, scored last week in that wild card win over the Cleveland Browns. Up next, the last time we saw him in the postseason, he was scoring a touchdown in Super Bowl 56. A conversation with Odell Beckham Jr. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
Get closer to the game of golf with PGA Tour Radio on SiriusXM. Hear live coverage of the biggest tournaments.
John Rahm becomes the fourth Spaniard to win at Augusta.
Interviews with the legends of the sport, like Tiger Woods.
I've gotten stronger. I've gotten better.
And tips from our experts to improve your own game.
You'll learn to make great contact.
Experience the world of golf on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Sunday, February 18th, the Daytona 500 is coming to SiriusXM NASCAR Radio.
Daytona 500, baby!
The most revered race of the year.
Let's go!
Starts a new season of NASCAR.
It has this aura about it. How you race is going to be different.
40 drivers, unlimited excitement.
Charging to the inside!
And one place to hear all the action.
SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
In the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Let's go, boys!
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning in late February. When the football season blows its final whistle, it's baseball's time to shine. Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams on site across Arizona and Florida. Hear from the star players, managers, and front office executives. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training begins in late February on SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, college football fans, this is Jacob Hester. All season long, we followed the stars of tomorrow on College Sports Radio. Now we'll help you get ready for their next step, the 2024 NFL Draft. Every Thursday, check out a new episode of Draft Central on the SiriusXM app when Rhett Lewis interviews the top draft prospects as they work through the Senior Bowl, Combine, and ultimately wait to hear their name called in Detroit this April. Our team of experts on College Sports Radio gets you closer to the NFL Draft on SiriusXM Channel 84 and the SiriusXM app.
Welcome back to the NFL playoffs on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. There was a time when Odell Beckham Jr. arguably topped the list of the most dangerous and explosive receivers in the NFL. But two ACL injuries less than 18 months apart radically changed a career that was trending toward Canton. OBJ sat out all of last year while his knee healed and then needed to decide where he'd be playing this season. I asked Odell this week what led him to choose Baltimore.
I have watched the Ravens for years. I've watched from the outside in, and they've always been a winning team. They've always been a tough team. They've always been an intimidating team, a team that not many teams just want to face, and I know that from experience. And until you get inside this building, you never truly understand why it is that way. I mean, it's really run like family, but, it's about winning football. I've said it before, the way that Harbs runs this building, the way that he approaches it every single day, like in this profession, in my experience and years, it's hard to find people who are going to remain themselves, win, lose, or draw. It's harder to say, but for my judgment, he wouldn't be like that, but we're also not losing either. So, it's tough to say, but I just feel like the type of person he is, the way that he conducts and carries himself, that's exactly who he is. Who he portrays is who he is. When you have that from the lead, from the head, the body's going to follow. And I think we all carry some of his characteristics with us, and that's what makes this place so special.
You get an opportunity to play with one of the most unique quarterbacks in the National Football League, maybe the most unique because of what he is capable of doing. As the year has gone on, because it takes a little while sometimes for a receiver and a quarterback to kind of get that third sense, that sense of what's going on, not just looking, but also feeling it. How did that fall into place for you and Lamar?
People always used to make a big deal about, being at OTAs and all these things that, quite frankly, they don't matter. The only thing that builds the true trust and experience is what happens in the game. And with a quarterback like L, it's a different relationship. And until, later on in the season, I was really understanding how his mind was working, what he was thinking, to know something happens here, we just go that way. And it started to click for me towards the middle of the season to where I really felt like I knew what L was thinking. And he figured out that I knew what he was thinking, and, we didn't even have to communicate. It just was like, all right, I bet if this happens, I know exactly what you want me to do. I just never seen anything like it. I always tell people, my favorite quarterback ever was Mike Vick growing up. a guy who I feel like was ahead of his time and, allowed for, guys like L to come up and be exactly who they are. And now you watching the game change in front of our eyes. Like, you got to be mobile in the pocket. These people coming off the end are, running 4.4s now. It's a different game that we have. So I've just never seen a talent like his. And, it showed up all year. He's the heart and soul of this team.
You are a playmaker. That's what you have always been. And a playmaker and a competitor, you put those two things together, and you want to be able to make it happen. How has it been in terms of realizing that in this offense, in this situation, you've had to be patient about picking your spots to be able to do that?
I know what you're asking. It hasn't been easy, but, I've won a Super Bowl. I know what it feels like. I've been on losing teams. I know what it feels like. I've been on teams that you feel like could have done it. So I've had the full spectrum of, the NFL experience. And I was thinking about it the other day, and yeah, I'm a competitor. Yeah. Do I still think that if you gave me 13 targets a game, am I coming away with 100 yards and 2 touchdowns? I just know what I'm capable of. But for me, it was just realizing that the position that we're in right now is just so much bigger than me. Like, I want, for Zay Flowers and a Rashad Bateman to be able to feel that feeling of that confetti falling. Like, I'm willing to do whatever it is. If that means I have no catches and we win, like, it is what it is at this point. Like, I've done enough in my life, in my career, to where I'm playing for the memories and the joy and to be able to see, the tears of joy and the overcome of emotions that, everyone has the opportunity to have, regardless of what people can say about me or whatever. Like, I've always been a guy who was all for the team. So I'm willing to give it all.
Different attitude than one we may have heard from OBJ in the past, but when the red light is on, so is Beckham. He averaged 72 yards per game and scored 2 touchdowns in his last postseason with the Rams in 2021. Up next, Michael Fabiano takes a look at the numbers that may mean the most to you in today's doubleheader. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Hey, it's Michael Fabiano. The playoffs are here. The stakes are higher than ever. And there's no better way to turn playoff football's big game energy into 100 times your money than Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less than their projection for a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Get in the lab and cook up your winning entry. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app and use code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
KFC's wraps are still just 2 for $5. Just think about that. 2 wraps, just $5. You want a new spicy mac and cheese wrap and a new honey barbecue chicken wrap for lunch? Just $5. You want a new mac and cheese wrap and a spicy slaw wrap as a snack? Just $5. You want 2 classic KFC wraps just because? Just $5. KFC wraps are back for a limited time. Now with 3 new options. Choose 2 for just $5. It's finger licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Prices higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and third-party ordering websites. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Business has always been about turning a profit, making money. But can it stand for something more? Something beyond dollars and cents? We think so. We think that today, business has a higher calling, a purpose to be fair and just, to do right by their workers, customers, communities, and the environment. And it turns out companies successful doing that also do better for their bottom line. When you see the Just Capital seal, it means this company is a force for good. Visit justcapital.com to learn more.
Welcome back to our NFL Divisional Round Playoff Doubleheader here on Westwood One. I'm Scott Graham. Time for our fantasy football preview with Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano. It's sponsored by Prize Picks. With the Prize Picks sports app, you could be making your picks right up to the 4th quarter. Join the 7 million Prize Picks fans today. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions. Mike, how are you?
Doing well. Looking forward to the 2 games today and then the 2 big ones tomorrow. So even though my Cowboys are out, I've somewhat gotten over that loss. Somewhat.
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it one bit. All right. We have got some playmakers here in Game 1.
We do, and we'll start off with Lamar Jackson, who was fantastic from a fantasy perspective this past season. I like him to go less than 51.5 rushing yards on Prize Picks. The Texans have been tough against mobile quarterbacks. 38 yards allowed to Jackson back in week 1. Devin Singletary, let's go more than 59.5 rushing yards. The Texans are going to want to run the ball. And in terms of DFS, I like Isaiah Likely at $4,700. Mark Andrews will not play. Likely has scored 11-plus points in 4 of his last 5 games, so get him into your DFS lineup. As for the Packers and the 49ers, I like Jordan Love to have more than 7.5 rushing yards. He's averaged 14.5 rushing yards per game this season. George Kittle, I like him to have more than 54.5 receiving yards against Green Bay. The Packers have allowed an average of about 70 receiving yards per game to tight ends. And last week, one of the few bright spots for the Cowboys, Jake Ferguson, had 93 yards. And in DFS, Brock Purdy at $6,500. I like that price. He's on the lower end of the starting quarterbacks in terms of salary. Start him against the Packers.
Mike, enjoyed, and you enjoy the games.
You too, my friend.
That is Michael Fabiano. Scott Graham in our studio. I'll be back at halftime, a conversation with Niners All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner. But up next, we'll rejoin Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
Basketball season is heating up on NBA Radio.
A spectacular move by LeBron James.
We break down the latest news every day.
It's unfair to sit there and be like, well, we're missing our best players. You got 2 other superstars.
And bring you the best games every night.
Tatum gallops into the paint and flushes hard with the right hand.
And in just a few weeks, hear wall-to-wall coverage from 2024 All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis. Only on SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
NHL All-Star Weekend returns to Toronto, and SiriusXM NHL Network Radio brings you all the action.
Pass and a quick shot. Scores! Matthews! Ross for Crosby for the HP. He's good!
Hear conversations with all-star players and coaches. All-Star Media Day, player draft, skills competition, and play-by-play of the 2024 All-Star Game. 2024 NHL All-Star Weekend live. Beginning February 1st on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
For non-stop NFL talk, there's only one station for you, and that's SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Josh Allen, it's just so hard to defend a quarterback that size, that tough, that physical.
Kansas City Chiefs, they're finding ways to win. You combine this offense with a really good defense. I like those odds. The guy they got at the helm with Patrick and obviously Andy calling plays.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays, and that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood.
Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? God, you're crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Back here in Baltimore as we get set for the Ravens and the Texans on a cold Saturday afternoon. It's time for Ross Tucker to tell us how each team can take control of this game. Ross's keys are sponsored by Empower. Take control of your financial future and Empower what's next. Get your free dashboard at empower.com. All right, Ross, let's begin with the Houston Texans.
Well, and let's begin with the Houston Texans needing to get off to a fast start. I think any time you can play with a lead, and I would say especially in this situation, Tom, we know the history for the Ravens recently in terms of the playoffs. We talked earlier about Lamar Jackson in the postseason. The longer the Texans can hang, and if they can get a lead, the pressure starts to get on this Ravens team, and the crowd, you'll be able to feel their anxiety. And then the other thing is just to make Lamar Jackson throw the ball from the pocket. Now, he can do that well. We know that. He's going to be the MVP of the league. But I still think you'd rather have him do that than running around, because when he does that, breaks contain, that's when they get the really big explosive plays for Baltimore.
All right, on the other side for the Ravens, what are their keys for success today?
Number 1, protect the football. They've been very good with a plus 12 turnover margin all year, but when you're the better team, when you're the favorite, certainly the one thing that can be the great equalizer is turnovers. In particular, Lamar Jackson must take care of the football and then limit the explosives. We've seen what the Texans have done all year, in particular, C.J. Stroud to wide receiver Nico Collins, although even the tight ends for the Texans have made big plays as well. No Marlon Humphrey for the Ravens, so they need to make sure they're not getting beat deep and over the top.
Yeah, 41 big pass plays this year, second only to San Francisco for the Houston Texans. All right, well, it's a cold day, so the Texans, second time they're facing the Ravens this year, they'll have to get used to that coming into today's ballgame. The opening kickoff between Houston and Baltimore is coming up. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Hey folks, Rich Eisen here. Get ready because the football playoffs are here and the guys on my show are having a blast picking their teams and stats on Prize Picks. Plus, with basketball season going strong, they're able to pick combo projections across both sports. Join them on prizepicks.com/primetime. Easy gameplay and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what they tell me makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Brockman's loving that aspect. He's hooked. And all you need to do is visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's code primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime for a first deposit match up to $100. Don't be left on the sideline this basketball season. Go to Prize Picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and we'll waive your application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2024. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Pay no application fee if you apply by February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Back here at a packed M&T Bank Stadium, the Ravens and the Texans are coming up in just a little bit. Let's check in with Ryan Leaf.
The Houston Texans, Tom, have been the surprise team, of course, of the AFC South to go out and win the division. But more importantly, the shocking season of rookie C.J. Stroud has made everybody stand up and take notice. And he's ready to go today after an unbelievable game against the Cleveland Browns. I'm so excited to watch the rookie in action. They're going to get an opportunity right off the bat here to see how it goes and start this divisional round.
Yeah, and Ryan's alluding to the fact that the Texans won the toss and elected to receive to start this ball game. So they'll receive to our left. And as he mentioned, he played really well last week against the Browns. 236 yards in the first half for the Texans to get things rolling.
And that was against the #1 defense in the NFL in the Cleveland Browns in terms of total defense. Today, it's the #1 scoring defense with the Baltimore Ravens. And I think that they took the ball for a very specific reason, Tom. What you and I were just talking about. They want to try to get a lead and try to start to put the pressure on the Ravens and maybe get some anxiety in this building.
Justin Tucker has the ball teed up in front of us at the 35-yard line, middle of the field. The veteran doesn't have the same leg as he used to have, but he's still really good. There's no doubt about that. And Steven Sims is back deep to receive for the Texans to our left. Here we go. The divisional weekend on the National Football League. Game 1 of 4 is underway as the kickoff end over end goes over the head of Sims out of the back of the end zone. And here comes C.J. Stroud, the rookie. He became the 8th rookie quarterback to win a playoff game last week against the Browns. Solid offensive line with Tunzel, Scruggs, Dieter, Mason, and George Fant going from left to right. And Devin Singletary, who's essentially taken over for Dameon Pierce as the lead back, is in the backfield to start things off. He's joined back there by Andrew Beck, who's been effective as a receiving fullback. In motion is Brevin Jordan, the tight end. Out of the gun is C.J. Stroud from the 25. They hand it off to Singletary. Starting to his left, not much there. He's piled up right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It'll be second down.
And Jadeveon Clowney was in on that one, the former #1 overall pick for the Houston Texans. who has had a career year this year for the Ravens. It's just remarkable the production the Ravens have gotten from Clowney and Van Noy, two guys that basically skipped training camp and then have 9 sacks at least each.
Two receivers to the right on 2nd down and 10 from the 25, middle of the field, moving from left to right. Stroud, quick drop, tosses near side, pass is broken up. Nico Collins, the intended receiver. Ronald Darby came in and broke it up. He's starting from Marlon Humphrey, who's inactive this weekend for the Ravens.
Two really good signs on that play for the Ravens. Number one, Justin Madubuike, the D tackle, he beat Drew Scruggs, the left guard, clean. So Stroud had to get rid of it, and Darby was all over Nico Collins. Perfect coverage. That is huge if you can have your third corner in the game because of the injury to Humphrey and look that good on the first time he's targeted.
3rd down and 10 from the 25. In motion is Woods to the near side. 3 receivers at the bottom. Stroud slips in the backfield. Now he runs forward, and he dives forward across the 30 to the 32. Geno Stone will be credited with the tackle. It's a gain of 7, but it'll be 4th down, and the Texans will be forced to punt.
I like the decision, though, by Stroud. The Ravens got early pressure. They brought Patrick Queen, the linebacker, and so Stroud stepped up. You always want to step up, I think, as a quarterback. That's usually where you're protected. Wasn't quite able to get to the 35 because the Ravens were in a zone defense. They were able to rally and tackle him short.
Cameron Johnston on the punt for the first time, punting from left to right. Devin Duvernay is back deep to receive. He is just off the injured list, and Johnston just gets it off. It's a low one. It's a wobbler. Duvernay goes back to the 14 on the far hash. Now he cuts to the left hash, and he is sandwiched at the 24-yard line and tackled after a return of 10 yards. Neville Hewitt made the tackle, and here comes Lamar Jackson, arguably the best quarterback balance-wise in the National Football League. Can it translate, Ross, to the postseason? I know he's kind of brushed that aside this week.
I don't see any reason why it shouldn't, but the reality is, Tom, it hasn't so far. You know, in their playoff games, their opposition has done a really good job of taking away the running game, forcing the Ravens into obvious passing situations. And let's be honest, Lamar Jackson has struggled in those situations up until this point.
Justice Hill in the backfield. He moves from left to right. Next to Jackson, they hand it. Oh, no, he keeps it himself. He pumps to his right, and then he goes sideways up along the far hash mark up to the 30-yard line. Christian Harris makes the tackle. It's a gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
So that's an interesting first down play because Patrick Ricard, the big fullback, he came behind the formation and cut the end man on the line of scrimmage. So I'm not really sure why Lamar kept that ball. Usually if the quarterback keeps it and pulls it themselves, he's reading the end man on the line of scrimmage. But because Ricard cut him, I would have expected Jackson to give the ball there and go up the middle.
2nd down and 6. Ball spotted middle of the field from the 24-yard line. Out of the gun is Jackson. Here comes the pressure. He throws off his back leg. He's got Zay Flowers. A leaping grab on the far hash mark at the 37. Jalen Petrie wraps him up. Christian Harris was in the backfield. It's a gain of 8 yards.
Delayed blitz from the Texans off the edge. It came scot-free. I don't know how he does this, but Lamar Jackson is one of the best fadeaway quarterbacks throwing the ball off his back foot. Just bought himself a little bit more time and a flick of the wrist to the rookie over the middle.
So up to the 37-yard line, it's a first down. I formation, likely the tight end in motion toward the line of scrimmage from the 37. The pitch goes to Hill, running to his right, and Hill wrapped up from behind after a gain of 1, possibly 2. Sheldon Rankins makes the tackle. Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy here on Westwood One. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. It's scoreless, 11:54 and counting to play in the first quarter. It's the opening drive for the Ravens, the number 1 seed. It's a gain officially of 1 yard. Hill remains in the backfield, so no Gus Edwards yet. No Dalvin Cook, who was just activated. From the far hash mark, moving from right to left. Out of the gun, Jackson's got it. Looks to his right, dances back. Now rolls to his right. He's going to run to his right. Tucks it outside the numbers. Gets to the 45. Out of bounds at the 47-yard line. It's a gain of 9. Steven Nelson made the tackle. But that was a good assessment on the part of Jackson.
And that's exactly what Will Anderson cannot allow to happen. The rookie from Alabama, they actually are going to take him out after that play. He tried to bull rush Morgan Moses, Jackson's able to get around the edge. The Texans coaching staff was calling for a holding penalty on Morgan Moses. I think it was a good non-call. He released that right hand pretty quickly. You cannot let that happen. If Lamar Jackson is able to get outside of your edge rusher, bad things are happening for the defense.
He had half of his yards, 821 overall, half of his yards on the scramble. He'll take the snap on first down, sets up and fires toward the middle. Pass is complete. Odell Beckham Jr. sat down near the 40-yard line of the Texans. It's a gain of 12. He zipped that. It had a little wobble to it, which was kind of, Ross, what Ryan was saying earlier today about the winds.
Yeah, when I was down there, too, it was really windy. Love that first down play call by the Ravens. As an offensive lineman, you love first down play action because usually the defense has their base unit in. They're thinking run. They're geared up for the run. So if you run play action pass, quarterback should have a bunch of time, and Lamar did.
Heading toward the 10-minute mark here in the first quarter. No score. Jackson fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, runs to his right, makes a man miss, and then falls down. That man was Christian Harris, who had enough to piece of him to slow him up and take him down. It's a loss of 2.
And Lamar Jackson is frustrated. That was close. I mean, I don't know if he got his toe or he grabbed the shoestring or something, but Christian Harris, who was awesome last week for the Texans, 8 tackles, a sack, and a pick 6, he did a good job staying home, and Lamar Jackson just barely not able to get the edge. If he gets the edge there, he's getting at least 10 yards. Nice job by Harris.
Gus Edwards in for the first time in the backfield on 2nd down and 12. Here comes the blitz by Petrie. Now he pulls back. Ball spotted at the 43-yard line of the Texans. Jackson out of the gun, drops back to pass, pumps to his right, throws to his right, incomplete, intended for Edwards, no flag. Christian Harris was in on the coverage. It'll be 3rd down. What'd you think?
I thought Lamar Jackson had Rashad Bateman earlier on the play, and I'm not sure why he didn't throw it. I know that Lamar saw Jalen Petrie, the safety to that side, blitzing, and so as a result, he knew he could drive the ball to man-to-man coverage. Instead, he waited for Edwards, who's not really known for his receiving skills out of the backfield. Obviously, all of the Ravens fans here wanted a flag. I think it's a fine no call. I'd rather them let him play in a situation like that.
3rd down and 12 from the 34-yard line. Aguilar in motion. Jackson to throw. Zips it to the far side. Pass is complete to Bateman. He's shy of the first down. He's driven out of bounds by Steven Nelson about 2 yards away. And here comes Justin Tucker. Actually, let me correct that. Yeah, here comes Justin Tucker. I didn't see him till late. It'll be a field goal attempt for the Ravens.
I like this decision. That's a full 3 yards, Tom, for them to try to go for it here. You've got arguably the best kicker in NFL history. His last name's Tucker, so you know he excels at everything he tries in life. They got to get 3 points on the board.
Yeah, he has not converted 50-yard field goals to the way he usually does. This is a 53-yard attempt from the far hash mark to give the Ravens the lead. Good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way, and it is good. And the Ravens take a 3-0 lead with 8:36 to play here in the first quarter. And a reminder that for every field goal made throughout the season, the postseason, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. 8:36 to play, first quarter. It's the Ravens 3, the Texans nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
We're all better players for having Coach Belichick as our coach. I respected his work ethic. I think there was a level of accountability and discipline that he had. Maybe we didn't always want to hear it, but in the end, when we reflect back, we're happy that we did hear it and that we went through it.
Listen to Let's Go every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio and anytime on the SiriusXM app. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Sports Grid Radio has all the information you need to get the winning edge over the sports books.
There's been a ton of sharp money that's come in, dropped the line way down to as low as 4.
All the lines, odds, totals, and player props for every game, right up through the Super Bowl.
We're not dealing with a total of 44.5, 45.5. We're in the mid-50s now.
When it happens in your favorite sport, it's covered on Sports Grid Radio.
I like the over, and I need to beat them by 11 or more.
Channel 159 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show in the world. Whether it's WWE, AEW, or TNA, the world of pro wrestling is the hottest it's ever been, and we cover it for you 7 days a week. If you follow daily or want to jump back in, Busted Open is the only place to hear the past, present, and future of pro wrestling, only on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Get closer to the game of golf with PGA Tour Radio on SiriusXM. Hear live coverage of the biggest tournaments.
John Rahm becomes the 4th Spaniard to win at Augusta.
Interviews with the legends of the sport, like Tiger Woods.
I've gotten stronger. I've gotten better.
And tips from our experts to improve your own game.
You'll learn to make great contact.
Experience the world of golf on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
TaxSlayer gives you the power to claim your tax breaks and get your max refund guaranteed. Level up your tax filing game this year and file fearlessly at TaxSlayer.com. Ravens jump out to a 3-0 lead. They had 7 opening drive touchdowns during the regular season. They settle for the 53-yard field goal by Justin Tucker. Lamar Jackson was 3 of 4 for 29 yards on the drive. And now Tucker and the Ravens will kick off. Sims back deep to receive for the Texans. Ravens wearing the purple jerseys, the black pants, the black helmets. Meanwhile, the Texans wearing the navy blue pants, the white jerseys, and the navy blue helmets. And the kickoff goes over the head of Sims out of the back of the end zone. C.J. Stroud doesn't generally look like he's got butterflies. Did he have butterflies in your eyes in that first drive?
No, I don't think so. I'm amazed at how calm he always seems to be, even when he was under pressure, really on both second and third down. Second down, he still delivered a good ball. It was just excellent coverage by Darby, and then he made the right decision to tuck it and run on 3rd and long. Didn't quite get there, but it was still a smart decision. You would have no idea he's a rookie in any way when you watch him on tape.
It'll be first out for the 25-yard line. Singletary in the backfield. 3 receivers to the right. Stroud looking to throw. Looking left, gets it to Singletary out of the backfield. Outside the numbers to the left. But he's shoved out of bounds by Patrick Queen. He's right at the first down marker. It'll depend on the spot. Looks like a 10-yard gain. Clowney was pursuing as Stroud got rid of it.
I feel like running back is one of the most scheme-specific positions in the sport, right? I mean, Singletary basically got run out of town in Buffalo. They didn't want him anymore. Meanwhile, Houston last year, Dameon Pierce was fantastic. He's not a great fit in their new offense under Bobby Slowick. Singletary is. Now Singletary is on a roll with 60-plus scrimmage yards in 6 straight games.
898 total yards this year as a runner. Ravens showing blitz. They hand it to Singletary. Starts left, cuts back right. Nothing's there. He is wrapped up at the line of scrimmage and thrown back. Matabike was one of the first guys there to hit him. Loss of 1. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on Fox tonight when the San Francisco 49ers meet the Green Bay Packers in the divisional playoffs. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL playoffs on Fox. You can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com.
Texans have an early problem here. Their left guard, Scruggs, cannot block Matabike. He just got smashed at the point of attack.
On second down, they dump it off to the right to Nico Collins, and Collins, after a gain of maybe 2, is pushed back. He's punished back. It'll be third down. Let's check in with Ryan Leaf on the sidelines.
Ross, you talked about C.J. Stroud and how poised he is. It doesn't matter how poised you are in this football game. You are not going to be able to execute. You can't run the football. And that's what Baltimore does better than anybody. And they stiffened up here on the first 2 drives.
No doubt about it. It's third down and 8. 6:49 to play here in the first quarter. Empty backfield, 2 receivers right, 3 to the left. Stroud's in trouble. Stroud breaks away. Stroud throws on the run. He lofts it to Singletary, who makes the catch. Along the sidelines, covered up by Patrick Queen. It's a big-time gain into Ravens territory. 25 yards. And I think we saw that last week against the Browns an awful lot, too.
It's unbelievable. I thought Stroud looked to the wrong side. He looked where there was 3 defenders and only 2 receivers, as opposed to the other side. Singletary runs an out and up. Good coverage from Queen, but the underthrown ball actually helped him.
And I think we have a movement on Laramie Tunsil on the left side of that offensive line for the Texans on first down from the 36-yard line.
Full start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. First down.
He was trying to get a jump on that left side there, Ross.
We've seen that a lot this year, haven't we? I mean, that's the new thing for offensive tackles is to try to time up the count as much as they possibly can, especially in a situation like this. You're on the road, it's loud. They're going with a silent cadence. So Tunsil is trying to start his movement right as the ball is being snapped. I thought that was close. I'm surprised they called it.
First down at 15. Stroud from the gun throws to his right as Dalton Schultz, the tight end, at the 32-yard line in front of the Ravens bench, and he's thrown out of bounds by Patrick Queen. He's been a huge addition, Schultz has. And there's a little shoving going on at the end of that play. But a huge addition for the Texans this year. Signed a one-year deal.
I don't think I've ever talked to a quarterback that didn't say how much they loved a reliable tight end. It's just such a nice feeling to have that big target typically in the middle of the field. This time it was an out route, but you put the ball anywhere near them. They usually have that bigger body. They can block out and box out defenders to make a tackle, get them into a situation like this.
Gain of 4, it'll be 2nd and 6, empty backfield, 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. On 2nd down, here comes the blitz, and it was picked up. Stroud dumps it off, incomplete. Millette was the guy pursuing, and the Ravens want a flag for intentional grounding. I don't think anybody was in the area.
I'm also not sure it got back to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, that's a good point, too.
Yeah, he threw that out into the flat, but I didn't see anybody else in the flat, and the ball didn't get to the line of scrimmage. That, to me, is a double whammy.
John Hussey's the referee, and he's converging with the rest of his team at about the 37-yard line. Here comes. There's the flag.
It's the right call.
I think so, too. I think your point about even getting back to the original line of scrimmage, or the line of scrimmage, was the right one. So here's John Hussey.
Intentional grounding, offense number 7. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Lost it down, 3rd down.
Yeah, so now it even pushes them even farther back.
The loss of down is killer, and the thing is Tom, Brevin Jordan, the tight end, was blocking to that side. All he had to do was throw it right at Brevin Jordan's feet. C.J. Stroud actually threw it too far, and that was intentional grounding on both accounts. He didn't get back to the line of scrimmage, and there was nobody out there.
Well, it'll be 3rd down and 16 for the 42. They need to pick up a few yards for Fairbairn's field goal distance. Mechie in motion to the far side, bunch formation, and somebody jumped again. The officials are having trouble getting their flags out, but this is going to go against the Texans. They're going the wrong way. I think it's George Fant.
Full start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Actually, Shaq Mason.
Well, and now these people here in Baltimore are just going to get even louder. It's been a while since they've had a home playoff game. You got to go all the way back to 2019. They have been waiting and craving this moment. And what happened there is Mason moved because Broderick Washington, the D tackle, he stemmed up front, meaning he moved laterally. That lateral movement made Mason flinch.
Ogunbowale in the game for the first time in motion for the Texans. On 3rd down and a mile, Stroud steps up in the pocket, rolls to his right, throws to his right, overthrows Nico Collins. It'll be incomplete, 4th down, and the Texans will have to punt. Ronald Darby was in on the coverage. Ross, 20 yards of penalties on this drive.
Killer. And right there, I thought Stroud should have thrown the check down to Ogunbowale, because then he at least would have had a chance to get them in field goal range. Stroud basically threw the ball away, threw it out of bounds. Get the ball to your running back. If he got inside the 40, they at least probably get a field goal attempt.
Johnston on a punt. Ravens lead it 3-0, and the Ravens will get the football back. Duvernay is back inside his 10. Johnston will just pooch this one. Duvernay calls for a very quick fair catch at the 12-yard line of Baltimore. 35-yard punt. 3-0 Baltimore over Houston. 5:02 to play first quarter. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
and dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome back to the NFL playoffs on Westwood 1. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Vicks Vapo Cool Drops.
2nd and 7. Flacco play fake. Flacco throws right corner of the end zone. Caught by Bolden. Touchdown Ravens. Joe Flacco on time to the veteran Bolden. Baltimore builds on its lead at 16-3 with just over a minute to go in the first.
Iron Eagle with the call right here on Westwood 1 from the 2011 Divisional playoffs between the Texans and the Ravens. The only other postseason meeting between these two young franchises prior to this afternoon. Baltimore raced to a double-digit point lead in the first quarter, thanks in part to Joe Flacco and Anquan Bolden. The Baltimore defense, directed by the trio of Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Terrell Suggs, forced 4 turnovers and held the Texans rookie quarterback T.J. Yates to 184 passing yards to lead the Ravens to victory 20-13. The Baltimore offense had only 11 first downs and punted 9 times. That's today's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Vicks VapoCool Drops. Vaporize sore throat pain with maximum strength menthol and a rush of Vicks Vapors. Well, here it's 3-0 Ravens. Ravens are 7-0 all time. That includes the regular season against the Texans. It also included a 25-9 victory in Week 1 of this past season. It'll be 1st down and 10 from the 13 of Baltimore. Edwards in the backfield next to Jackson. In motion is Flowers to the far side. Jackson barking out the signals. Hands the ball to Edwards, running right. Edwards has stood up and then pounds past Sheldon Rankins for another yard. Let's check in with Ryan Leaf.
Hey, guys. Yeah, Lamar Jackson, probably the most likely MVP. There was a stat this week that blew me away. There has never in the history of the NFL been a team that had their leading rusher be their quarterback get past the divisional round. Never. It's never happened before. I have a sneaky feeling we may see that one happen today.
I would agree with that. You know, every record should be broken at some point. I think Lamar Jackson may be the guy that breaks that one. Again, their backfield has been depleted with injuries this year. It's 2nd down and 6. Jackson hands the ball off. It's Justice Hill who powers over his right guard. Derek Barnett, who's been a very good addition from the Eagles, makes the tackle for the Texans.
It's interesting, on the first drive, it was really all Lamar running and Lamar throwing, and now here they come out on the second drive, back-to-back runs, get some 3rd and short. The value of 3rd and short like this is that anything close over the middle is a 1st down. So the shallow crosses, even like a 2-yard out, you're going to get the 1st down.
Yeah, so 3rd down and 2, the ball at the 21-yard line, moving from right to left. Likely the tight end in motion to the right side. A receiver to the left, and now 2 to the right. Hill in the backfield. Jackson out of the gun. Pressure's coming. Keeps backpedaling inside the 10. Now to the 5. Flags come in. He throws on the run. Passes dropped off the hands of a diving Zay Flowers. It probably would have gone back anyway because the flag is sitting at the 11. It's going to be holding against the Ravens. John Hussey is making sure the landscape is all established properly.
Wants to make sure they don't want to accept the penalty.
That's a good point, too.
Holding. Offense number 76. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
Ross, that's 12 penalties against John Simpson, the left guard for the Ravens. That's a lot of penalties for an offensive lineman.
It is, but also Lamar Jackson really holding the ball for a long time on some of these passes. I think D'Amico Ryans and this Texans defense doing a good job of taking away Lamar Jackson's first read.
Jordan Stout on the pump the ball away. He just gets that one off. It's off the side of his foot, and it goes to the far side of the field. There is a flag down. That was not a good punt. The flag's is at the 49-yard line of the Ravens. Sims was actually directing traffic where the ball went out of bounds. He wanted to make sure the official knew exactly where it was.
Very nice of him to be
very nice
like that.
People helping people, Ross.
Just courteous.
All right, John Hussey with the call.
During the kick, holding receiving team number 17. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down, timeout.
That's Chris Boyd, the backup corner, who was called for the holding penalty. We'll take a timeout with 3:20 to play first quarter. It's the Ravens 3, the Texans nothing. Houston will get the ball back when we return. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Vicks VapoStick. Soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Soothing for your loved ones. From the makers of Vicks. Trusted for over 125 years.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
Hey, y'all, I'm Lainey Wilson. I've worn Wrangler jeans since I was itty-bitty doing chores on Daddy's farm. This season's styles will have you ready for the fall and all of those crisp mornings and cool days ahead. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 58.
Get closer to the game of golf with PGA Tour Radio on SiriusXM, Channel 92, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Tracking towards the cup, and it goes in!
Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. It's 3-0 Baltimore with 3:22 to play in the first quarter. Texans' third possession of the afternoon. Singletary in the backfield. A receiver to the right, one to the left. They hand it off to Singletary, running right, and Clowney wraps him up and takes him down. He threw him down at the 45. No gain. It'll be second down and 10.
That was like a WWE move right there. Clowney just lifted him and put him down. Texans going right back on the football. Two reasons to do this. Number one, tire out the defense. Number two, try to keep the crowd noise lower.
Yeah, the crowd is into it. I mean, they are on their feet all the way around, dressed in purple and black here in Baltimore. On second down for the 45, moving from left to right is Stroud. Takes the snap out of the gun, drops back to pass. Nobody's open. Rolls to the near side, throws on the run to Schultz, and he came back and he had it and he dropped it. At the 38-yard line, he punches the turf as he goes to two knees. He was wide open. Owe was pressuring Stroud.
Schultz had a bad drop last week. That's 2 weeks in a row now where Dalton Schultz has really let down C.J. Stroud. Stroud bought time by rolling to the right. It was a perfect pass to Schultz, who was being covered by Hamilton. It bounced right off his hand. That is a gigantic play. Yeah. They would have already been in field goal range.
So now third down and 10. Nickel defense for the Ravens. Three receivers to the right. Make it four because Schultz is there too. Tight to the line. Out of the gun, Stroud throws it low to Collins, near side. He's got it inside the numbers, breaks a tackle, and he's inside Ravens territory, right at the first down marker. Patrick Queen makes the tackle, and this will all depend on the spots.
They're going to give it to him. Boy, it's so interesting. The two line judges, they had very differing opinions.
And we've got movement again on the right side of the Texans' offensive line. George Fant this time.
False start. Offense number 77. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's 3.
Yeah, and these are veteran guys,
Yeah.
Tom. I mean, Fant, Shaq Mason, and Laramie Tunsil have all been around for a long time. It's not like this is Scruggs, the rookie from Penn State at left guard. These are the veteran guys that are doing that.
Did you just want to say Penn State? Is that why you said that?
I don't mind saying Penn State. No, I do live in central Pennsylvania, and I will say this. Scruggs was a center at Penn State. He is struggling right now at left guard against these D tackles for the Ravens.
First and 15 at midfield. Out of the gun is Stroud. Drops back to pass. Has time. Throws to the near side. Pass is caught by Schultz as he goes out of bounds. Covered by Darby at the 29-yard line. It'll be a first down for the Texans. 22 yards. And he looked that one all the way in.
He did, and once again, Stroud buying time. You know, Dalton Schultz is not thought of as being all that explosive as a tight end. I think it's one reason why he didn't get as much money in free agency as people were expecting. I mean, he's running a route right there against a good cover corner, and Ronald Darby and get them all twisted around.
Minute and a half left to play in the first quarter. It's 3-0 Ravens. In motion is Singletary out of the backfield. Stroud throws it to the left for Singletary. He's got a blocker. He tries to shed the tackle by Kyle Hamilton, who just stayed with him. It's a gain of 2. Let's go down to Ryan Leaf.
The wind that was affecting the throwing motion of these two quarterbacks early on, C.J. Stroud really seemed to find a rhythm with it. There he let the ball float out to Dalton Schultz to the side. When he let that ball go, it was right at me. By the time it got to Dalton, it had moved maybe 5 yards before it got to him.
Yes, 7 for 11 right now for C.J. Stroud. It's second down and 8 from the 27-yard line. Clowney's out of the game. That's an advantage for the Texans. Stroud out of the gun, pumps to his left, now pumps to his right, throws to the middle, it's deflected and, nearly intercepted. Kyle Hamilton had it and then dropped it. It was intended for Brevin Jordan. That was in the air for a long time after the deflection.
Well, we've seen that play go for touchdowns a bunch of times, at least 2 this year, where you fake the screen to the left, you fake the screen to the right, and then you come back to the middle. I think number 98, Travis Jones, just got a fingertip on it, which made it bounce to Hamilton, who almost had a point-saving play there on the interceptions. Nice job, by the way, by Hamilton to be ready for Brevin Jordan. Even if he doesn't intercept it, he would have tackled Jordan right away.
Hamilton had that tip and touchdown against the Browns earlier this year. Third down and 8 from the 27-yard line. Whistles blow, and this play is blown dead. And a delay of game, I believe.
Delay of game. Offense number 7. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
So another penalty against the Texans, which is certainly a storyline coming up in this first quarter.
I don't know if this is playoff jitters or what, because they had a playoff game last week. They now have 6 penalties for 40 yards, but my biggest concern, 4 of them are now pre-snap penalties. Those will get you beat every time. Huge difference between 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 13. It's a totally different part of the play sheet for offensive coordinator Bobby Slow.
Yeah, so 3rd and 13 for the 32. In motion is Mechie to the near side. 3 receivers to the near side. Going from left to right, Stroud. He's in trouble. He rolls to his right. He's looking. Downfield, throws on the run at the feet of Nico Collins. Incomplete. And Stroud protected as he goes out of bounds. Brandon Stevens was in on the coverage. And is it Fairbairn's field goal range?
It is, and let's remember that last delay of game, right? That's going to make it go from, a 45-yard field goal to now a 50-yard field goal, and there is still some wind coming into Fairbairn. Let's see if he has enough leg to drive it. He'll probably try to drive it really low into the wind. Could be an opportunity for the Ravens to get a piece of it.
Ball lined up on the far hash mark, kicking from left to right. It's a 50-yard field goal. Good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way. Left to right. It's dying in the wind, and it is good. It just goes over the crossbar by about 3 yards. Fairbairn, who had 27 consecutive field goals on the road, including the postseason, makes it 28, and he ties this game up at 3 with 28 seconds to play in the first quarter.
Everything we just said on that field goal happened. They almost tipped it at the line, and it barely got over the crossbar.
Well, from now through Super Bowl 58, stream the NFL on Westwood One for free. Sponsored by AutoZone. You can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on? Get it checked with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. So a 3-3 game with 28 seconds to play.
Really impressive drive by Stroud. I mean, he didn't really mess up the whole drive. It's the penalties and then having 3rd and too long, which ended up being the issue for them. But every time you watch him, he impresses you more and more. I thought he would struggle early, Tom, because I thought at Ohio State he's got all those first-round picks at receiver. He's got 2 NFL starting offensive tackles. I thought the NFL would just be much more difficult early in his rookie year. He's been good since day one.
Duvernay is back deep to receive this kickoff inside the 10 on the far side. He crosses over to the near side across the 20, and he gets up to the 25-yard line. The road to Super Bowl 58 continues tonight and tomorrow with the divisional playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. Which NFL teams will punch their ticket to the conference championships? Visit NFL.com/schedule for more info. And I'm with you on that, Ross, because when I met him earlier this year, and when we had meetings with him, just his presence coming into the meeting was by far better than a lot of quarterbacks that I crossed paths with this year.
That's interesting. I have not met him, but even watch him on the field before the game, he's like working with a basketball. I don't know what he does with the basketball, but everybody should do it.
Edwards in the backfield. Jackson out of the gun. Takes the handoff, drops back to pass, looking to throw. Pumps to his right. Now he runs up the middle. Along the near hash mark to the 35. Now the 40. Cuts to his right. Across the 45. Right along the hash mark. Denzel Perryman makes the tackle. It's a gain of 23 yards.
And that is exactly what you can't have happen when you're playing against the Baltimore Ravens. You know the Texans have preached it all week, but yet he sees a seam and he's gone.
Well, that is the end of an entertaining first quarter here in Baltimore with the score. The Ravens 3, the Texans 3. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Okay, confession time. I just shopped Kohl's clearance and I might have gone a little overboard. But who can blame me with all the major markdowns going on? I saved 70% on so many great finds, like cozy fleece sweats, comfy PJs, a cute sweater, stylish jeans, and I could keep going. Trust me, you do not want to miss out on Kohl's clearance major markdowns. And if you see me there again, no you didn't. Select styles, up to 70% clearance offer ends January 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Attention, attention. I'm calling on the trendsetters and the underdogs, the disruptors and the slept on, the ones who've been told they're too much. Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are, just bring it. Get ready to run, throw, jump, and fly. This game is our game. Let's play. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and get playing today.
Shop literally millions of new and used cars on AutoTrader. If you see a car on TV, driving by on your street, in your dreams, whenever really, pretty much any car you see, you can find one like it for sale on AutoTrader.
Today's broadcast of the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One is sponsored in part by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Just Capital, by AutoZone, by Grainger, by Wrangler, and by NFL.com. Back here in Baltimore, we get set for the second quarter to get underway. It was fairly even first quarter statistically, aside from the 6 penalties against the Texans, the most they've had in one quarter this entire year. It was actually surprising, as Ross alluded to. But the two teams have settled for field goals, so we're all even as we get set for the second quarter to get underway.
And I think if you're a Texans fan, you're pretty happy with that first quarter to be tied 3-3 despite all those penalties, and it feels like the Texans have had the better of the action for the most part so far.
Offset I formation for the Ravens. Aguilar in motion on first down for the 47 of Baltimore. Off the play fake. Jackson looking to throw. Dumps it off underneath to Edwards. Edwards makes the catch, but he's upended. There was pressure coming from Will Anderson. It's a loss of 1 on the play, and because of that pressure, Jackson had to throw a sidearmer.
He did, and it was fun to look at, but not ultimately very productive. Texans are a very, very well-coached bunch. You know, they're trying some of these bootlegs and nakeds, and they're right there. I mean, they were right there. Anderson was in Jackson's face, and they were also there to make the tackle on Edwards after he caught it.
Loss of 1. It's second down and 11 from the 46 of Baltimore. In motion is likely. Petrie shows blitz from the left side, now pulls back for the Texans. On second and 11, here he comes. Jackson steps up in the pocket. He has time. He throws to the near side. Zay Flowers has got it, and he keeps his feet inbounds. He was in front of Derek Stingley, and he's got a first down, a gain of 17.
Like the poise there by Lamar Jackson in the pocket, right? They brought 5, but he didn't get antsy. He knew he was protected. Morgan Moses, the right tackle, he picked up Petrie coming off the edge. Lamar Jackson knew he had time, and Zay Flowers, the dynamic rookie, able to run an out route against Stingley for a big gain.
858 yards this year, third in rookie receptions in the National Football League. It's first down to the 37. 2 tight ends. In motion is likely. A receiver to the right, 1 to the left, and Edwards in the backfield. Out of the pistol is Jackson. Hands the ball off to Edwards. Starts right, cuts back left, and he dives forward. The Rutgers grad sprawls to the 28-yard line. It's a gain of 9. It'll be second down. Macari and Stanley have been shifting around on the left side of the offensive line. They're both in there right now.
Well, I got my Penn State in, you got your Rutgers in, so we're all even now. And the other thing is they've got an extra offensive lineman in there, and at times on this series they've had 2 tight ends. They like to run the ball when they have 2 tight ends out there.
Under center is Jackson on second and 1 from the 28, near hash mark. Taps his foot. Flowers goes in motion. They hand it off to Edwards, running right, and Edwards is stopped. Before he got to the first down marker, Malik Collins made the tackle from his D tackle position.
Man, I kind of thought Edwards was going to get the first down easily, and he got rejected. The Ravens going right on the snap on the ball here.
Third down and 1 from the 28-yard line. Out of the gun is Jackson. Hands it off to Edwards, and Edwards runs up the middle, cuts to his left. He's got the first down to the 22-yard line. DeAndre Houston Carson makes the tackle after a gain of 6.
So that's an automatic call there, right? That's a one-word play, Tom. If you run a play that quickly, that might have been Lamar just saying, Ziggy, 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 and everybody knows it's just inside zone to the right. And the Texans looked like they were a little bit caught off guard. Simpson, the left guard, had a nice block up on the second level on Perryman. That was a huge hole.
Justice Hill checks in. He's in motion to the outside on first down from the 22. Middle of the field. Jackson out of the gun. In a 3-3 game, under 12 to play first half. Takes the snap, drops back to pass, throws to his left. Pass is complete to his left to Charlie Kolar. The tight ends. Houston Carson made the tackle. No Mark Andrews this week, Ross. They practiced him all week, but they're hoping he'll have him back next week.
Right, so Kolar's basically the third string tight end, right? Isaiah Likely is starting because Andrews is out. Although he was a full participant in practice, a bunch of practices this week, they didn't think he was quite ready. So what happened there was the Texans came with a blitz. They knew Lamar Jackson would get rid of the ball quickly, so Houston Carson was able to break on the hot receiver Kolar and make the tackle for a modest gain.
2 running backs in the game. Dalvin Cook making his first appearance for the Ravens. Offset I formation out of the gun. Jackson hands it to Hill. Running left, shifty to his right, and he's wrapped up and taken down. Hinish came up to make the tackle. It'll be third down.
Dalvin Cook just signed this week. Wanted the opportunity to play for a playoff team. And so the Ravens brought him in. They cut Melvin Gordon, and that's pro football, right? You can get a little bit better at any position. You're going to do it. They feel like Cook gives them something that Gordon doesn't. Cook was just a decoy there, though, and the Texans were not fooled.
3rd down and 5 from the 17. Hill in motion. Jackson runs up to his left. He points to traffic inside the 10 along the hash. And he's outside the 5, down to the 3, likely with a great block. It's a gain of 15 yards. It'll be 1st down for the Ravens.
It's like it's parting like the Red Sea. I mean, if you're the Texans, you can't do this. They try to run a stunt up front with the 2 defensive tackles, and once the one defensive tackle looped around, Linderbaum was able to just seal things, and really, Lamar Jackson should have scored there, Tom. I thought he kind of tried to burrow his way when there was still some room.
1st and goal from the 3. They give it to Edwards. Edwards to his left, and he's tackled by the ankles. Sheldon Rankins was the first one there. Will Anderson the second one. It'll be 2nd and goal. It's not a surprise they give it to Edwards. He had 13 rushing touchdowns this year. Most of them coming close to the end zone. Like they give it to his big body and let him rumble in.
It's interesting, though. I'm still caught up in the run by Lamar Jackson. He kind of thought he had to, try to bowl for the touchdown. Maybe. I think there was room to go left or right and maybe get in. His legs will probably be a factor here on one of these other downs.
11th play of the drive, 2 tight ends. 2nd down and goal from the 3. Off the play fake. Jackson steps up in the pocket, throws to his left. He's got Aguilar. Touchdown, Ravens. A 3-yard pass by Jackson. And Nelson Aguilar, who had 5 regular season touchdowns, picks up the postseason score. 9-3 Ravens with 9:14 to play, 1st half.
Absolutely love the play call. Down near the goal line, anytime you run any type of play action, you're putting all of the second-level defenders into a bind, right? Because if it's a run, they need to be there right now. If it's a pass, they're probably going to be a step late.
Yeah, he's 4 for 4. Jackson was on that drive, 23 yards. Tucker's point after is good. And with 9:14 to play here in the 1st half, it's the Ravens 10, the Texans 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
Basketball season is heating up on NBA Radio.
A spectacular move by LeBron James.
We break down the latest news every day.
It's unfair to sit there and be like, well, we're missing our best players. You got 2 other superstars.
And bring you the best games every night.
Tatum gallops into the paint and flushes hard with the right hand.
And in just a few weeks, hear wall-to-wall coverage from 2024 All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis. Only on SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
NHL All-Star Weekend returns to Toronto, and SiriusXM NHL Network Radio brings you all the action.
Pass and a quick shot. Scores! Matthews! Lost for Crosby for the HP. He's good!
Hear conversations with all-star players and coaches. All-Star Media Day, player draft, skills competition, and play-by-play of the 2024 All-Star Game. 2024 NHL All-Star Weekend live. Beginning February 1st on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
For non-stop NFL talk, there's only one station for you, and that's SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Josh Allen, it's just so hard to defend a quarterback that size, that tough, that physical.
Kansas City Chiefs, they're finding ways to win. You combine this offense with a really good defense. I like those odds. The guy they got at the helm with Patrick and obviously Andy calling plays.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays. And that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood. Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? Drives you crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Jackson with a touchdown pass in a playoff game. It's the first time in his career he's done it when it wasn't the 4th quarter. Let's check the drive summary sponsored by the University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn an undergraduate degree online with UMGC. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev. 11 plays, 76 yards, more than 6 minutes. Lamar, 23 yards on the grounds. 4 for 4 passing for 23 yards. A rather impressive drive for Lamar Jackson. Steven Sims back deep to receive with the Ravens up 10-3 with 9:14 to play in the 1st half. Do you sense at all, I don't know if Ryan could feel it, but sense at all a little relief by the Ravens fans, by the score there?
Yes, absolutely. And we're up here right next to the Ravens front office, Ozzie Newsome. Who's
been locked in, by the way, for 4 hours.
Yeah, and those guys, and you could tell that they feel a little bit better after that, as they should.
Sims may be able to return this one from the 2 on the near side to the 5, middle of the field to the 10, outside to the 20, and he's tripped up to the 24-yard line. Millette makes the tackle. What do you got, Ryan Leaf?
Well, the crowd just went nuts, and your point to the idea that there was a bit of relief, yeah, the further it got into this game, the tighter the score was, that feeling, that pressure cooker that is 2019 of being the number 1 overall seed and how they performed in Lamar Jackson's second season, that's there. It is palpable. And to your point, everybody feels a little relief after that drive.
Well, here's C.J. Stroud. Can he answer? 7 of 13, 82 yards so far. On first down, Ravens show blitz. They fake the reverse. They give it to Singletary running left. And Singletary knocked out of bounds. Knocked out hard at the 32 by Kyle Hamilton. But he was able to gain 7. And by the way, I talked to Singletary earlier this year. He said as soon as he walked in to the facility in Houston, even though it was a first-year coach, first-year quarterback, he felt like it was home for him.
Interesting. And I'll say this too, Tom, watch that. More teams should do that. The fake reverse. If all it does is slow down a couple defenders for half a beat, that's a win, right? Like you're slowing them down either mentally or physically, sometimes both.
Second down and 3, bunch formation to the left. They fake it again, setting up the screen to Singletary. Not much there. Now he's got a blocker, and he spins toward the first down marker. He'll be a yard shy. Roderick Washington made the tackle. Juice Scruggs was able to seal a little bit there. Our score here in Baltimore, it's the Ravens 10, the Texans 3. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. On third down and 1, they give it to Singletary, and he's tackled behind the line of scrimmage. It was Kyle Van Noy who stopped him. It'll be fourth down, and what do the Texans do?
I think you got to punt it here. I mean, inside your own 35, and you just might have even lost yardage. Van Noy, I was kidding with him earlier this season. He and Jadeveon Clowney both skipped training camp, and they're having awesome years. I think they're sending a blueprint, and that's a mental error. Boy, that is bad. Laramie Tunsil and Juice Scruggs, left tackle, left guard, not on the same page. Van Noy went in the B gap between those two. Tunsil pointed at him, but Scruggs didn't see him.
So Johnston on to punt the ball away. End over end. Duvernay over to the far side, makes the fair catch. And the Ravens up 10-3 with 7:21 to play here in the first half. We'll get it back. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund is belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help, so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome back to M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf. I'm Tom McCarthy, and together with Navy Federal Credit Union, we'd like to thank you for joining us for today's broadcast of the NFL playoffs on Westwood One. And give an extra special shout-out to the over 1 million men and women in uniform stationed around the world in military bases and ships at sea defending our nation. Navy Federal Credit Union proudly serves the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Our members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. It's 10-3, Ravens on top with 7:21 to play here in the first half. Lamar Jackson, 7 for 9, 52 yards and a touchdown pass, but he's also run the ball for 49 yards. And as you alluded to, Russ, you got to stop him because he's averaging almost 10 yards per carry.
And you know what's crazy? The stat Ryan Leaf, who's on the sideline for us, said earlier that no team that has a quarterback leading them in rushing has ever gotten past the divisional round. I mean, looking so far in this game, seems like a pretty good thing to have.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I mean, he's had a couple of runs over 20 yards. That's a stunning stat because, boy, it's been a huge difference in this game so far.
First out for the 22. Four-man front for the Texans. Ravens going left to right. Ricard comes in motion to the near side. Jackson out of the gun. Pumps to his left. He's tripped up and taken down. Sacked at the 15-yard line. Heinisch came in to make the sack. It's a loss of 7.
And Heinisch is known as being more of a plugger, more of a run stuffer, and he's going against the veteran Kevin Zeitler at right guard. What I don't like about that play, 1st and 10, just a gun pass. Why not have some play action? Why not go under center? Why not do something other than just be a straight pass out of the gun that allows the Texans defensive lineman to tee off? Now you're way behind the chains.
Yeah, in fact, they play action the second most in the National Football League. It's 2nd and 17. They hand it off to Hill. Starts left, cuts back right, breaks a tackle to his left, gets above the 20-yard line before he's wrapped up and thrown down by Steven Nelson. Nelson was the first one there. He may have gotten some of it back, Ross, but it'll still be 3rd down and long.
I just don't understand, and I can tell you as an offensive lineman, you never like when you hear what the first play is going to be, and they say it's just a drop-back pass on 1st down. There's always kind of groaning.
But do you say anything besides groaning?
Depends on how big your contract is and how secure you are in your job. Usually I would just groan and mumble because you just don't want to be in that situation. You want to at least have the threat of the run.
6 minutes to play, first half, 10-3 Ravens. It's 3rd down and 11. And movement. Left side defensively.
Wow.
They were blitzing. Desmond King, the veteran, was blitzing.
That's a big penalty.
Yeah, if it's against the Texans, it sure is. Jonathan Grenard is saying that there was a movement on the part of the Ravens offense.
Encroachment. Defense. Number 25. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
7th penalty, first on the defense, 45 yards against the Texans.
And typically when you look at an offensive coordinator's play sheet, they'll have 3rd and short, which is 1 or 2, 3rd and 3 to 6, 3rd and 7 to 10, 3rd and 11 to 13. So now they're in the 3rd and 3 to 6 range. I mean, that's basically 2 blocks over, right? Because it's better than 3rd and 7 to 10.
Absolutely.
3rd and 3 to 6 now, and now you really need to be careful of Lamar Jackson's legs because he can pretty easily get a first down.
3rd down at 6, the ball above the 25-yard line. Texans showing blitz, and somebody moved again. People are moving all over the place. I think Ronnie Stanley may have moved. Lele may have moved for the Ravens.
False start. Offense. Everybody but the center. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
See, I like that. I like personality from the officials.
Well, you know, you don't like that if you're the center because that means Linderbaum was supposed to snap it. That's his fault. The young center who's had a really good year. He's a Pro Bowler. Everybody moved except Linderbaum. I mean, Linderbaum just sat there. So everything I said about 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 11, same thing, just to reverse it now again.
3rd and 11 for the 21. Flowers in motion. Jackson drops back to pass. He's under pressure. Now he cuts to his right. Breaks a tackle to his right. Inside the numbers to the 20. Makes a man miss, but he stopped at the 21-yard line. Christian Harris stayed with him. He and Blake Cashman said, you've got to keep an eye on the hips of Jackson this week, and that's what he did.
And a smart decision by Lamar Jackson not to throw the ball. He bought a bunch of time. He really wanted to throw. I mean, he kept looking downfield.
Yeah.
He wanted to give it a shot, but he knows about the turnover issues he's had in the postseason, and he knows he's got one of the best defenses in the league. That's a heady play by a veteran now.
Sims back deep to receive at the 32. Stout punts it from left to right. It's a good one. A lot of hang time. Sims takes it to the 33. He's assessing. Gets to the far hash and then along the hash on the far side. He bursts inside Ravens territory. Cuts to the left inside the 35. Now the 30. Sideline 15. High stepping 5. Into the end zone. A punt return for a touchdown for Steven Sims. Jordan Stout had a chance to get him. He missed them, but so did so many others. It's a 67-yard return, and the Texans are a point away from tying this game up.
Nobody ever talks about special teams until something like that happens. He went right down Main Street. I don't know what happened with the Ravens.
Wow.
But he barely even made a move. He went right down the middle of the field, made one quick move on Stout, and man, I bet the Texans are happy they promoted him from the practice squad this week.
Big time. Fairbairn on for the point after. It's good. And it's quieted down here at M&T Bank Stadium with 4:17 to play in the first half. It's the Texans 10, the Ravens 10. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
It's 40 love here in the third set.
And there's the bell. She's coming off the bench hot, looking for a quick knockdown. But wait, she's driving to the hoop. Oh, down goes the champ.
Now that's another double fault. She'll be shooting too.
The serve is up. And here comes the left hook. She's bundled her home and auto insurance with Progressive. Swish, ace, savings, TKO.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Ryan Leaf is down on the sidelines. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. It's a 10-10 game as Steven Sims, who had 4 punt returns all season, just had a 67-yard punt return for a touchdown. The first ever for the Texans in the postseason, a punt return for a touchdown. And the first one in 133 games when Will Fuller also had a 67-yard punt return for the Texans. How about that? And the kickoff goes out of the back of the end zone. What do you think, Ryan Leaf? How did it look down there?
It looked great, and I tell you, going into a game like this, when the Houston Texans are on the road, big underdog, what you want is you want to win the turnover battle. But when the special teams become involved, that's how you find a way to win on the road, and it's the biggest thing that will take the wind out of the sails of the home field. And that's what exactly happened. It is quiet as a mouse down here right now.
Yeah, it is really quiet. It's been really loud for this first half.
Everything we said earlier about the anxiety and there was a sense of relief after the Ravens touchdown, it all went out the window now. All of the anxiety is now right firmly back.
On first down, Texans showing blitz. The ball's handed off to Edwards, and Edwards runs to his right. He is stood up by Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley. After a gain of 2, it'll be 2nd and 8.
That's also why I never buy the people, Tom, that say momentum's not a thing. Momentum is absolutely a thing. You can feel it as a player. You can feel it in a stadium. Now, momentum only counts until then the next big play that can change the momentum. But you look at the Texans sideline right now compared to the Ravens sideline, you feel the lack of energy in this building. You can tell.
And you think back to last week's game against the Browns with their 2 pick sixes. How that changed the course of that game. 2nd down and 7 from the 28-yard line. Jackson looking to throw, dancing in the pocket. Back pedal. He's being pursued. He throws, and it's incomplete. Christian Harris has been a pain in the necks for Jackson. He had him wrapped up. The ball did get back to the line of scrimmage, so no intentional grounding.
Was out of the pocket, but he did get the ball back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down.
Thank you, John. We appreciate you being part of the broadcast.
I like these delayed blitzes by the Texans because what they're doing is they're almost spying with the delayed blitz, right? So they're bringing Harris. He's occupying an offensive lineman, in this case Zeitler, but then he stops his rush. He stops his rush and waits to see which direction Lamar Jackson's going to try to escape.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right on 3rd down and 7 from the 28. Jackson out of the gun. Blitz is coming again. Jackson drops back to pass, steps up, throws to his left. It's deflected and nearly intercepted. Aguilar and Zay Flowers were in the same neighborhood as receivers, and they got together too close, and Derek Stingley nearly picked it off on the deflection.
Something's not right there. I mean, if a quarterback ever throws the ball and you're not sure who he was throwing it to because there's 2 guys there, that's not the way it's supposed to be. I think he was throwing it to Aguilar, who might have had a choice route, which means he has an option to go in or out, but Zay Flowers, the outside receiver, he ran an in-cut. They almost ran into each other.
Stout punts this one away from Sims, who runs to the near sideline, calls for the fair catch, and grabs it at the 26-yard line. How about the turn of events we've had here at M&T Bank Stadium? The Texans just scored on a punt return, then held the Ravens defensively, and now get the ball back with 3:19 to play in the first half. Tied up at 10. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Ask Sherwin-Williams during the January winter sale, January 12th through the 22nd, and get 30% off paints and stains with prices starting at $31.14. That means 30% off our most popular color family, blue. Psychologists have found it to be soothing and relaxing, which makes it especially great for bedrooms and bathrooms. And of course, get 30% off all of our other colors. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A reminder to stay with us for the NFL Wildcard Playoffs halftime report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. Scott Graham will have an interview with Niners standout linebacker Fred Warner, and he'll preview the Packers and the 49ers, which is coming up after this game. That's coming up on the Wendy's halftime report. Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles are here. Limited time only during breakfast hours. 10-10 game, Texans with the ball, 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line of Houston. from the near hash mark off the play fake. Stroud drops back to pass. Pressure's coming. Now he spins, rolls to the near side. He's being pursued. He just throws it up towards Singletary. It's incomplete. Malik Harrison was pursuing him. It'll be second down.
Excellent coverage from the Ravens there, and Stroud moved so much better than I realized. You know, at Ohio State, really, I feel like until the Georgia game in the college football playoff, he never had to move. I mean, you watch an Ohio State game, I thought the guy was like a statue. He barely ever moved. The receivers were wide open. They're all first-round picks. The tackles were starting tackles in the NFL, but he has shown a really nice ability to buy time and escape and not take sacks.
Singletary in motion out of the backfield on second down. They pass it to the left side for Hutchinson. Hutchinson outside the numbers gets up to the 29. It's only a gain of 2. There was a lot of action in that gain of 2. Matabike came over to make the tackle.
Man, I just can't get over how good Stroud is. And I know that's a 2-yard gain. He had a free blitzer. The Ravens had a good blitz called. They got a free blitz on him. Patrick Queen, nobody touched him. Stroud very calmly knew to just throw the ball out to Hutchinson, get a positive gain. But these are the downs where you really make your money in pro football. 3rd and long, obvious passing situation. The Ravens have had a lot of pressure this year, getting pressure on people in these situations.
215 passing first downs, and we've got movement again, this time from the left guard, Juice Scruggs. Just too many pre-snap penalties against the Texans.
Full start. Offense number 70. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's 4 offsides or false starts against the Texans offensive line.
And this is why home field advantage matters, right? It matters for other reasons and the energy and stuff, but especially for offensive linemen and the snap count. We already have 4 false starts here, and we're not even at the 2-minute warning yet. The Ravens' home field is a huge advantage so far.
2:15 and counting to play, first half, 10-10 game. It's 3rd down and 13 from the 24-yard line of the Texans. Play clock is winding down. It's at 3. Out of the gun is Stroud. Play clock's at 1. He didn't get it off. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. He was just waiting and waiting, and he knew that he had time. So we've reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by First Alert. When is the last time you replaced your smoke alarms? First Alert introduces new precision detection smoke alarm technology to help protect what matters most. Visit firstalert.com to learn more. It's a 10-10 game, 2 minutes to play, first half. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs of Westwood One.
Did you know cooking nuisance alarms are the #1 reason for disabling smoke alarms? Introducing First Alert Precision Detection Alarms. Updated to the latest industry standards, these alarms feature new precision detection smoke alarm technology to help better distinguish cooking smoke and steam from a fire emergency while providing early warning in the event a fire breaks out. If it's time to replace your alarms or you're ready to upgrade, visit firstalert.com or your local Lowe's store to help protect what matters most.
Get deals on what you need during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Right now, save $20 on select 5-gallon ceiling paint or primer by HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams. Plus, get 15% off and earn 3 times bonus points when you buy 4 or more Purdy products. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken in time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid 1/15 through 1/26. Subject to change.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome back. All right, Jimmy, our Army veteran, for $400. Are you ready to answer the next question?
Actually, I'm good.
Huh?
Well, I already earn and save $473 a year on average with Navy Federal Credit Union. So, yeah.
All members of the armed forces, all veterans, and their families can earn and save more every year with a Navy Federal membership. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Dollar value based on the 2022 Navy Federal Member Giveback Study.
Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy here on Westwood One. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. 10-10 game. Let's check in with Ryan down on the sidelines, right?
Yeah, Tom, this third down isn't as important to get a point here for the Texans. It's important to extend this half and make sure that Baltimore doesn't get a chance to go in when they know they get the ball to start the second half as well.
Yeah, the little double dip. Each team with 3 timeouts left. Ogunbowale's in the backfield. So is Dalton Schultz. On third down and 13 from the 24. Stroud drops back to pass. Has time. Throws in the middle. Pass is complete to Nico Collins right at the Ravens logo. He's got a first down and he spins along the far hash mark to the 46-yard line of Baltimore. It's a 30-yard pass play, and that pass had a lot on it.
It certainly did. He threw an absolute BB right there. The Ravens were in zone coverage, and he rifled that thing in there. The Ravens were sitting at the sticks. I think they were expecting the Texans to just throw the ball on a check down, but not with C.J. Stroud. They're taking their shot.
First down for the 47-yard line. Ravens showing blitz. Out of the gun is Stroud. Throws quickly to his left side for Collins again. Inside the hash marks on the left side. Down to the 30. He's got another first down. Marcus Williams made the tackle, but that's 17 yards on that pass play. That's just too easy.
And now if you're the Texans, you want to take your time. They've already accomplished pretty much mission number 1. They're in position to get points. Mission number 2 is to not let the Ravens have any time to get points of their own after this drive.
On first down for the 31-yard line, out of the gun again. They hand it off to Singletary, trying to get to the edge to the left. He gets toward the sidelines, and he's out of bounds, wrapped up by Stevens and Queen. He may have gotten 3 or 4 yards. 46 seconds to play in the first half. I think he tried to stay in bounds.
And I think that would have been the smart move. I think they would have preferred if he stayed in bounds. The Texans still have 3 timeouts. They're inside the 30-yard line. The clock is not a huge factor for them right now. They want to make sure that the Ravens don't get a chance to get the ball back and get some points to end this half.
To the 29-yard line, it's second down and 8. Clock stopped, 46 seconds left to play. First half tied at 10. Jordan, the tight end, in motion to the left side. Stroud takes the snap, rolls to his right, thinking about running, now thinking about throwing, lofts it over the head of Robert Woods, who had him. It was Woods who had his man, and he just threw it too far.
Is that the first bad throw by Stroud?
I think it is.
That was a really bad throw because Woods felt the scramble rules of Stroud running to his side, so he turned it up. A better throw, he might have scored.
He might have.
I mean, he had a step on Arthur Millette going down the sideline, and Stroud, I think, just had too much momentum, and that's why he overthrew him. That's a big miss by CJ.
Third down and 8. The ball's at the 29-yard line. They break huddle. Clock stopped. 40 seconds left. Play clock under 5. Ogunbowale is in the backfield. Schultz in motion. Play clock at 1, and a timeout called by the Texans. They had to call a timeout because I don't know if Stroud realized where the play clock was at.
No, he did not, and you cannot go from 3rd and 8 to 3rd and 13. It's worth using the timeout at that point.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC tomorrow when the Lions meet the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the divisional playoffs. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL playoffs on NBC. You can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Real quick, Ross, I know you were in Detroit last week. What was that atmosphere like, and what are they going to have again this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know, top 5, top 10 in my life.
Is it really?
It was unbelievable. Yeah, it was so loud. I saw where Baker Mayfield said this week that he talked to multiple Rams players who said it was the loudest environment they've ever been in. It was, I mean, you could just tell that those people have been waiting a long, long time for that experience. So happy for them.
Speaking of waiting a long time, the Texans, it's third down and 8. Looking for a first down. Stroud quickly throws to his right for Robert Woods, and he throws it too far. He dove for it. Incomplete. Kyle Hamilton on the coverage, and it'll be a field goal attempt for Fairbairn, who was 3 for 3 earlier this year against the Ravens and is already 1 for 1.
And he has the wind at his back right now a little bit. And those last 2 incompletions, Tom, that actually gives the Ravens a chance where they might have an opportunity for points after this field goal attempt based on having 3 timeouts. Again, he's probably going to have to drive the ball a little bit low.
This will be a 47-yard field goal attempt from the near hash mark, kicking from right to left. It's a good snap, good hold. Kick is on its way, and over end toward the right, and it is no good. He had hit 28 consecutive field goals on the road. He misses there, and we remain tied up at 10 with 32 seconds to play. Here in the first half, it just hung up in the air and kicked off to the right. We'll take a timeout. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
The NFL is committed to sticking to your game plan and always betting responsibly. If you bet, remember to set your limits, never chase your losses, and only bet what you can afford to lose. To learn more about responsible betting and discover resources to help build your game plan, visit the National Council of Problem Gambling at responsibleplay.org. If you or someone you know may have a gambling problem, please call or text the following 24-hour confidential helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
The American Red Cross is facing an emergency blood shortage. More donors are urgently needed now to ensure blood is ready at a moment's notice. Make an appointment today to give. Use the Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your donation.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights, open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Looking to buy a home? Get expert advice on finding the right home, making an offer, and the latest market trends from realtors. Listen to Real Estate Today at podcast.realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 58.
Catch every game of the NFL playoffs through Super Bowl 58 on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy. It's a 10-10 game, 32 seconds to play in the first half, and the Ravens, off the missed field goal by Fairbairn, will have it 1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. Ravens have only allowed 12 points this year within 2 minutes of the half. Pretty incredible that it stood firm there. Out of the gun is Jackson, drops back to pass. Pressure's coming, steps up, pumps to his right, now to his left, and he's dropped. Sacked at the 26-yard line. Blake Cashman with the Texans' second sack of the night.
And in my mind, still, again, a coverage sack. I mean, Lamar Jackson had about 4 seconds to throw the ball. They are fooling him with their coverages. He is not seeing what he wants to see. He is not pulling the trigger on some of these throws, and he's holding the ball way too long.
Well, Matt Burke, the first-year defensive coordinator out of Dartmouth, was the Dolphins' defensive coordinator 2017-2018. Bobby Slowick gets a lot of the attention, but so does Burke and DeMeco Ryans, two very good defensive coaches. It's a loss of 9. It'll be 2nd down and 19. 25 seconds left to play here in the first half. Eligible lineman, extra man for the Ravens. And on 2nd down and 19, Jackson out of the gun, drops back to pass. Pressure's coming again. He's hit again, and he's sacked again. Desmond King will get the sack, but Christian Harris flushed him out. That's the 3rd sack of the half.
And now DeMeco Ryans smartly calls timeout for the Texans. He's thinking maybe we get a chance at another field goal attempt. This thing is like a tennis match going back and forth with these timeouts.
Yeah, so the Texans down to 1 timeout left. The Ravens have 2. It's a loss of 13. What are you seeing down on the field, Ryan?
Yeah, you guys are talking about the wind here. The flags on top of the goalposts, they're not giving you a real idea of what it is. It's swirling, but definitely I have my back to the wind, which is where the Ravens are punting from right now. So, to you guys' point, if they can get them to stop here, a punt's not going to be able to travel very far. That timeout was big.
for Houston. Yes, the third down and 32.
This should be like a quarterback draw, something where you force the Texans to use a timeout and try to take time off the clock.
Two receivers right. They hand it off to Hill, and Hill bursts over the block of his right guard. He's spun down by Petrie across the 25 to the 27 with 15 seconds left to play here in the first half. It's a gain of 12. And a timeout called by the Texans. The road to Super Bowl 58 continues tonight and tomorrow with the divisional playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. Which NFL teams will punch their ticket to the conference championships? Visit NFL.com/schedule for more information.
That was helpful, though, right there, because they took several seconds off the clock and got decent field position there to be able to punt it and hopefully not give the Texans a chance. Now, if you're on the punt team here, you don't want to punt it to Sims, and you want to not field the ball.
Well, Sims is running up to the line of scrimmage, so nobody's back except for one of the officials.
He just has to get it off, and then nobody pick up the ball.
And Stout does get it off. He just barely gets it off. It's a low punt, but it doesn't matter because it's going to bounce at the 27 and then roll inside the 25, now the 20, and it stops at the 18 with 5 seconds left here in the first half. It's a 55-yard punt with a little bounce and roll.
Smart play there by Chisena to not touch the ball, make the official blow it dead. I'm a little bit surprised the Texans did that. If they catch the ball with 14 seconds or 12 seconds, you still have a timeout where they can throw the ball. I'm sorry, they don't have a timeout.
No,
that's the difference there, yep.
But they also had a 67-yard punt return earlier in the half.
Good point.
Stroud will just take a knee, and that will do it for the first half. It's the Ravens 10, the Texans 10. I think if you're Houston, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
They are thrilled. We talked about it. We got a ball game. These Texans are not afraid. They don't know any better.
Well, that's the end of the first half with the score. Baltimore 10, the number 1 seed. The Texans 10. When we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios with the halftime report. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers today. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
When a cold comes on strong, try DayQuil's Severe Honey Flavor. The daytime, coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, so a cold won't slow you down. Get back to your day feeling relieved, enjoying the delicious flavor of DayQuil Severe Honey. DayQuil Severe Honey flavor soothes your symptoms with a delicious taste. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Welcome to the NFL Playoffs Halftime Report on Westwood One. Sponsored by Wendy's. With Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, we've reached halftime at M&T Bank Stadium, and we got ourselves a ball game like Tom and Ross just told you. Houston 10, Baltimore 10, with 30 minutes left to go on the road to get to Championship Sunday. Now, this is one number 1 seed. When this one is done, the other number 1 seed. San Francisco 49ers coming off their bye, hosting the Green Bay Packers here on Westwood One. San Francisco, a team that had a lot of momentum until Christmas night, when they faced this Baltimore Ravens team and were taken apart on their home field. I talked with their All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner this week and asked if that was something that was still top of mind for him and his teammates.
I wouldn't say I think about it too often, really, if I'm being honest. You know, I think in the moment there was a lot of mixed feelings because we know the recipe to winning games here for our football team. You know, we got to protect the football. We got to take it away on defense, and we didn't do either of those things that game. Who knows if we'll ever have an opportunity to see them again here shortly. But the thing that I'm most excited for and I'm really just honed in on is how do we win one game to earn another opportunity to play another game.
You and I talked earlier in the year.
and we talked about the way it ended last year and the frustration that was involved in that. And you said, you know what, Scott, turn the page on that. It's over. But there are some scars there. How does a player use that emotion? How do you make that work for you?
Yeah, I've been in, 3 NFC championships now. I'm tired of just saying that we almost got it, and I know a lot of guys have the same feeling in the building, and some guys are new to it. But at the end of the day, when you have that feeling around amongst the team, the players, the ones that are going to be out there, you do not take one moment for granted. Every single rep, practice, walkthrough, meeting room is for the opportunity to go out there and earn another week out here to achieve what we set out for. We're not taking anybody lightly. It's about the 49ers and about how we perform on Saturday night.
You mentioned lightly, and there are people who say that maybe Dallas took Green Bay lightly. Is there a danger in that if you're not vigilant about what you're talking about right now?
Of course. I mean, this is the National Football League, and especially the playoffs. Like, this isn't the NBA where you get a 7-game series, and most of the time the team that has the more talented players can ultimately find a way to win it. But this is one game, and this is a dangerous team in the Packers. They have a very confident young quarterback, a lot of playmakers, and the run game as deadly as it's been. So, I don't know if Dallas took them lightly or what happened, but I think it would have been a much more competitive game had Dallas kind of came out with a different mindset. So you really got to make sure you're dialed into the little details at this point in the season, because there's no room for error. There's no my bad or, any of that, because if there is too many of my bads, guess what? You're going to be on the couch at home.
You and I have talked a lot in the last couple of years about your background, about where you were trying to get to as a player. Unanimous All-Pro. Unanimous. What does that mean to you?
It means something. My linebacker coach, who I love dearly, Johnny Holland, he has this quote that he always uses to his players. He says, "Be so good they can't ignore you." And, I think that's what that means. I think the fact that 50 out of the 50 voters voted me for first team means that, I'm doing things the right way. It also means that I play with a lot of great players. This is the truest team game in all of sports, and I can't perform at the highest level unless I'm playing in front of a D-line that's just as dominant as they are, alongside one of the best backers in the game who doesn't get any credit at all. Those are also things that allow me to be, at my best as well. So I'm very appreciative.
And as Fred Warner is going to be staring down the other side of the ball, that of course would be Jordan Love, who believes going into this game for the Packers that momentum is big.
It's huge. I think coming to the postseason, that's been huge for us. Kind of got rolling with those 3 wins back to back. So it's huge for us right now, just having that momentum and continuing to keep it rolling.
Packers, Niners, Ryan Radke, Mike Golick, Laura Oakman standing by at Levi's Stadium to bring you all the play-by-play when this one is done. Our halftime score, Houston 10, Baltimore 10. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
Get closer to the game of golf with PGA Tour Radio on SiriusXM. Hear live coverage of the biggest tournaments.
Jon Rahm becomes the 4th Spaniard to win at Augusta.
Interviews with the legends of the sport, like Tiger Woods.
I've gotten stronger. I've gotten better.
And tips from our experts to improve your own game.
You'll learn to make great contact.
Experience the world of golf on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning in late February. When the football season blows its final whistle, it's baseball's time to shine. Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams on site across Arizona and Florida. Hear from the star players, managers, and front office executives. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training begins in late February on SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Basketball season is heating up on NBA Radio.
A spectacular move by LeBron James.
We break down the latest news every day.
It's unfair to sit there and be like, we're missing our best players. You got 2 other superstars.
And bring you the best games every night.
Tatum gallops into the paint and flushes hard with the right hand.
And in just a few weeks, hear wall-to-wall coverage from 2024 All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis. Only on SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
For non-stop NFL talk, There's only one station for you, and that's Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Josh Allen, it's just so hard to defend a quarterback that size, that tough, that physical.
Kansas City Chiefs, they're finding ways to win. You combine this offense with a really good defense. I like those odds. The guy they got at the helm with Patrick and obviously Andy calling plays.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Welcome back to the NFL playoffs on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today to find out if Progressive could save you hundreds on your car insurance. We got ourselves a tie game at halftime of game number 1 of 4 this weekend here on Westwood One. Reminder to join us again tomorrow. We've got an NFL divisional round playoff doubleheader. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers facing the Detroit Lions. That'll be followed by the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills. Coverage starts at 2:30 p.m. Eastern on most of these same stations and on WestwoodOneSports.com. From the wild card round all the way to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, the NFL playoffs are on Westwood One. This has been the NFL divisional round playoffs halftime report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. With Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 biggie bundles, you can choose the pair you want. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo, single item at regular price. Our halftime score, well, right now you've got 2 field goals in the first quarter and you've got yourself 2 touchdowns in the second quarter. Want to do the math? We are all tied up at 10. We return. Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker have the second half kickoff. You're listening to the NFL playoffs on Westwood One.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The American Red Cross is facing an emergency blood shortage as the nation's blood supply has dropped to critically low levels. Blood and platelet donations are needed now for people counting on life-saving care after accidents, surgeries, and those facing critical treatments for cancer and sickle cell disease. You can take action today. Make an appointment to give blood. To book a time, use the Red Cross Blood Donor app. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your appointment.
Don't miss out on limited-time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Back here at M&T Bank Stadium, the Texans have come out of the locker room. The Ravens as well. The Ravens a little earlier than the Texans as all the kickers are now warming up. The Texans on the far side of the field, the Ravens on the near side. Let's check the halftime stats sponsored by Indeed. Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Indeed's video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Well, the big stat is that it's a 10-10 game in this divisional round matchup between the Texans and the Ravens. But also impressively is what Lamar Jackson has done on the ground, 50 yards rushing, and what C.J. Stroud has done in the air, 131 yards passing. And, of course, the 67-yard punt return by Steven Sims, which has helped the Texans tie this game at 10 apiece. They had a chance to take the lead. However, they had a missed field goal attempt by Fairbairn, who had made 28 consecutive field goals on the road. Other stats somewhat even. First down, 6 for the Texans, 8 for the Ravens. 145 total yards for the Texans, 118 for the Ravens. 3 sacks for the Texans defense and a whole lot of penalties against the Texans offense. And that's why, Ross Tucker, it's a 10-10 game.
Yeah, I mean, you said it already, Tom, in terms of the punt return for a touchdown being the equalizer there, and that's what you need when you're an underdog like the Texans. But I would say even other than the punt return by Sims, it feels like a pretty evenly played first half. Both teams went up and down the field a couple times, but weren't really able to get as far as they needed, other than the Ravens with the one offensive touchdown of the game so far. Feels like a really critical drive here for the Ravens getting the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, the Ravens will get the football to start this half. They'll be receiving to our right. Fairbairn comes running out, and we'll tee it up at the 35-yard line. Just to kind of recap a little bit, black pants, purple jersey, black helmet for the Ravens. Navy blue pants, white jerseys, red numbers, navy blue helmets for the Texans.
Ravens really struggled, especially in the second quarter, against the Texans' blitz. They did not have a very good answer for when the Texans were coming with the blitz. They're going to have a better answer here, because they should expect to see a lot more of that from D'Amico and company.
Last 3 possessions, 3 3-and-outs for the Ravens. This kickoff is short. Coming up, Duvernay on the outside to the 10. Outside the numbers to the 20. Now to the 25. Breaks tackle to the 35. Up across the 40 to the 44-yard line. Let's go down to Ryan Leaf.
All right, I had a chance to talk to both head coaches at halftime. D'Amico Ryans for the Houston Texans, asking him about how are they getting so much pressure on Lamar Jackson. He simply said, we're playing great coverage. It's been coverage sacks from that point on. To that point, I asked John Harbaugh about, well, how do we get this offense kick-started? He said simply, we got to have quick completion. So look for some quick throws immediately to start the series.
Tell you what, Ross, that kickoff return really helped the Ravens and moved the football up to the 45-yard line. It's the best starting field position of the night for the Ravens. It'll be first down for the 45 at a 10-10 game. Likely in motion. The tight end from the left side. Quick toss. He's got Aguilar along the hash inside Texans territory. It's a gain of 9. It'll be second down and 1.
Well, it looks like John Harbaugh didn't lie to Ryan Leaf at halftime. He said we're going to do quick passes, get the ball out. What do they do on the first play? A quick pass for a nice 9-yard completion. The Ravens are already in Texans territory.
Just underway, second half. It's a 10-10 game. It's second down and 1 for the Ravens. Edwards is in the backfield. It was Justice Hill for most of the first quarter for the Ravens. Pistol formation for Jackson. 2 receivers, 1 to the left, 1 to the right. And now likely the tight end in motion to the left side of the offensive line. Play clock is down to 3. Jackson is changing the play. Play clock at 1. Takes the snap out of the gun. Throws left. Passes complete to Likely, who stiff arms his way inside the 35 along the sidelines. And he's down to the 26. He put a hand right in the face of Desmond King. It's a gain of 20 yards.
That was awesome. And, I mean, you look at the Texans, they are struggling after that one. Christian Harris a little slow to get up. I was wondering when the Ravens would finally get the tight ends involved. Just a quick out route by Likely. He stiff arms King and gets another 10 yards on the stiff arm. It was almost like he was using King's head to keep his balance, and actually King pulled on his face mask a little bit too.
Yeah, Harris is down on a knee at the 36-yard line. He's being tended to as we speak. He's up on his feet, and he'll exit off. So it'll be first down and 10 from the 27-yard line. And both teams were huddling up, and now they tell all of the extra personnel to get off the field.
And that's big right there that they didn't take the timeout for the injury timeout. The Ravens have momentum right now. The Ravens have the Texans on the ropes a little bit. What you don't want in that situation is an injury timeout that lets the Texans sort of recalibrate and find themselves a little bit.
Well, they move Blake Cashman back into the ball game in that linebacker position. It's first down from the 27-yard line. Out of the gun is Jackson moving from right to left. Flowers in motion into and out of the backfield. Takes the snap. Jackson does. He'll keep it himself. Running to his left. He has some blockers, and he dives forward to the 25-yard line. It's a gain of almost 3. It'll be second down and 7.
And Lamar Jackson got up, and he's yelling something at somebody.
He was yelling.
Not happy about something that happened there. I'm a little surprised, and I said this earlier, Tom, that the Ravens have not gotten their tight ends more involved. I mean, the highest rating from one quarterback to any player in the NFL this year, it's Lamar Jackson to Isaiah Likely. I mean, they have been unbelievable Look for number 8 to target number 80 more often here in the second half.
Well, number 8 is out of the gun. Justice Hill is next to him in the backfield. Ravens tight ends have 12 touchdowns this year. Jackson throws to the right, ball is tipped, but it's picked up by Bateman. Inside the numbers to the 15-yard line. Steven Nelson in on the coverage. Somehow that ball got off that hand that was tipped.
They got it figured out now, Tom. They're going with a double cadence. What does that mean? Lamar Jackson get up there and he said, hut. And because he does that, the Texans give away the blitz. Jalen Petrie showed that he was going to blitz. So Lamar Jackson knows, okay, I know he's going to blitz. The ball actually went right between Petrie's hands somehow, but this double cadence is making the Texans declare their blitzes ahead of time for Baltimore.
On first down for the 15, Jackson looking to throw, has time, throws toward the end zone, and it's deflected, nearly intercepted. Jalen Petrie went diving at the goal line. He didn't come up with it. It was intended for Isaiah Likely.
Very dangerous throw by Lamar Jackson. A ton of traffic there. Obviously, he didn't see it, but Patrick Ricard, the fullback, was wide open in the flat. There was nobody near him. He might have even scored a touchdown. They dropped the coverage. Lamar Jackson got fooled by Petrie. Petrie looked like he was going the other way, flipped his hips, came back, and almost got a gigantic interception.
Myjai Sanders checks in on the defensive line for the Texans. It'll be second down and 10 for the 15. Jackson from the gun, looks to his right now, runs right up the middle, gets to the 10, cuts to the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens! Gus Edwards with the block that freed him up, and the Ravens take the lead on a 15-yard touchdown run by Lamar Jackson. And the crowd is feeling it here at M&T Bank Stadium.
Boy, did they need that. You feel like you could cut the tension again with that touchdown. Love the play call from Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken. You get the quarterback draw down there. He had 2 blockers, Edwards and the center Linderbaum in front of him. Perfect play call, perfect time. Touchdown, Baltimore.
8 carries, 68 yards. It's not a great snap, but it's handled well, and Tucker drills it. And the Ravens take a 17-10 lead with 12:04 to play here in the third quarter. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show in the world. Whether it's WWE, AEW, or TNA, the world of pro wrestling is the hottest it's ever been, and we cover it for you 7 days a week. If you follow daily or want to jump back in, Busted Open is the only place to hear the past, present, and future of pro wrestling, only on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Get closer to the game of golf with PGA Tour Radio on SiriusXM. Hear live coverage of the biggest tournaments.
John Rahm becomes the 4th Spaniard to win at Augusta.
Interviews with the legends of the sport, like Tiger Woods.
I've gotten stronger. I've gotten better.
And tips from our experts to improve your own game.
You'll learn to make great contact.
Experience the world of golf on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Sunday, February 18th, the Daytona 500 is coming to SiriusXM NASCAR Radio.
Daytona 500, baby!
The most revered race of the year.
Let's go!
Starts a new season of NASCAR.
It has this aura about it. How you race is going to be different.
40 drivers, unlimited excitement.
Charging to the inside!
And one place to hear all the action.
SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
In the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Let's go, boys!
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning in late February. When the football season blows its final whistle, it's baseball's time to shine. Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams on site across Arizona and Florida. Hear from the star players, managers, and front office executives. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training begins in late February on SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Ryan Leaf is down on the sidelines. Huddle up with Grainger and get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by one of over 250 branches. All right, so you mentioned how important that first drive was for the Ravens. It turns into a 6-play, 55-yard drive that leads to Lamar Jackson's touchdown run. He had 5 during the regular season.
And don't forget, Tom, the kickoff return by Duvernay.
Yes.
That was significant. Look, it's not a 67-yard punt return like Sims, but it is a real positive for the Ravens special teams that they needed.
Tucker will boot this one into the end zone, and Sims will catch it and take a knee. The Texans will go to work for the first time. There's some extra shoving going on out on the field. Now let's see how C.J. Stroud answers. By the way, Lamar Jackson's touchdown run, he became the first player in Ravens playoff history with a rushing and passing touchdown in the same game.
I'm really curious to see how much the Texans even try to run the ball here in the second half. I mean, they had 14 yards rushing in the first half. They basically gave up on it, and I don't blame them. I mean, this Ravens front, Michael Pierce and these guys, and you have C.J. Stroud, who already is a top 10 quarterback in the league.
On first down, Stroud out of the gun. Pressure's coming. Steps to his left. Throws underneath the Singletary. Makes one man miss. Cuts to his left. And he is spun out of bounds by Roquan Smith. Because that's almost like a run right there for Devin Singletary.
I just can't believe you can have a rookie quarterback on the road in a playoff game, and he's this poised, this calm, even when they get pressure, because Kyle Hamilton came almost free. There's just no getting underneath C.J. Stroud's skin. He looks so calm out there. It's like Joe Burrow-esque.
Second down and 3 for the 32-yard line. Stroud under center this time. 2 receivers right. In motion is Mechie. Singletary in the backfield. They give it to him. Running to his left. Nothing's there. Or running to his right, I should say. Roquan Smith makes the tackle. It's a loss of 2. Mechie missed the block.
I'm telling you right now, they're not going to run the ball very much. Right now, if you listening or watching the rest of this game, I bet you there's less than 5 runs by the Texans the rest. I mean, it's a waste of time. I mean, they're going the wrong way. You have C.J. Stroud. The passing game's working. Put the game in his hands. He has shown, especially these last 2 weeks, in do-or-die situations that he can get it done.
3rd and 6 from the 29. Play clock is down to 7. Stroud out of the gun. Ogunbowale in the backfield. Takes the waist-high snap. Drops back the pass. Rolls the pocket to the near side. Throws to Schultz, who dives to his right to make the catch. And he has the first down at the 36-yard line. Darby in on the coverage. Would you think about, if you're the Texans, to try to put Damian Pierce in? He hasn't played at all today.
No, I think I would just keep throwing it.
Okay.
I mean, again, they get some pressure. Stroud feels it. He gets rocked by Matabike as he unloads the ball, but he still gets it to Dalton Schultz, who catches the ball for a first down. Stroud is just outrageous.
Up to the 36-yard line, under center again. Bunch formation to the left. Singletary in the backfield. They pitch it to him. He runs right up the middle and maybe gets 1, possibly 2. Our score here in Baltimore, it's the Ravens 17, the Texans 10. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. The Ravens win. They host the championship next week. The Texans win. It'll be in either Kansas City or Buffalo.
That's 1 run. Since I said I think there'd be less than 5. He got 1 yard. I am now. He got less than a yard. That's 8 carries for 6 yards for Devin Singletary. He's averaging 0.8 yards per carry.
Second down and 8 from the 38-yard line. Middle of the field. In motion is Woods. Hasn't gotten involved yet. Out of the gun. Stroud takes the snap. Steps up in the pocket. Moves to his right. Lofts it to the right. Out of bounds. The pressure was coming from Clowney and Matabike, and a flag comes in. The flag is in the secondary on the far side of the field. And it looks like it's going to go against Roquan Smith and the Ravens. The shame of that is that Stroud was going right, and the flag is to the left.
Correct.
Shame for the Ravens.
Holding. Defense number 21. 5-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
Brandon Stevens called for the penalty. It's just the second one on the Ravens.
But your point is well taken. It was the opposite way of the way in which Stroud has scrambled. And looking at it on the monitor here, he was hugged up on Robert Woods pretty good. That's a good call by the officials. We don't point out good calls very often. We get angry about bad calls. That's a good call. You got to call that.
9:21 to play, third quarter, 17-10 Ravens. Texans break the huddle. They come up to the line of scrimmage, middle of the field. Brevin Jordan in motion with 2 tight ends. Off the play fake. Stroud rolls to the near side. Picked up a block. Now he'll run it, and he'll get out of bounds at the 45-yard line. Roquan Smith ran him out of bounds. And like the Secret Service with the president, the officials come right over near Stroud and make sure, as he goes into the Ravens bench, that nobody bothers him.
And again, that's just a heady play by C.J. Stroud. He makes the poised veteran play every time. Nobody was open. He didn't force it. Tucked it away. Got a couple positive yards. Lived to play another down.
From the near hash mark, moving from left to right. It's 2nd down and 8 from the 45 of the Texans. Ravens showing blitz. They hand it up to Singletary. Runs right up the middle. Cuts to his left. Now gets inside Ravens territory. Spins at the 45. And he's down inside the 40 to the 38. Roquan Smith eventually took him down. That's the 2nd run. 16 yards.
And that's why I've been saying, Tom, you got to keep running. It's unbelievable. That is by far the best run they've had. Really nice double team on the left side from Tunsil and Scruggs. But Singletary has been a good fit in this Texans offense, and that's big. Not only the yardage they got, but now the Ravens have to be worried about it and can't just discount the fact they're not going to try to run.
This play will take us under 8 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. They give it to Hutchinson, who then throws it to Mechie, who gives it right back to Stroud, who throws it to the near side for Hutchinson. He's hit in the backfield. He's held on to. He breaks the tackle and eventually is taken down. Geno Stone had him on the ankles. He was able to shimmy loose from him, and Roquan Smith made the tackle for a loss of 4.
That was a reverse pass flea flicker back to the guy that had the ball originally, and Geno Stone was not fooled. The guy that was 2nd in the NFL this year with 7 interceptions. He read that all the way, was not fooled. There was 3 offensive linemen out there. If George Fant gets a better block on Stone, Hutchinson might have scored.
Yeah. 2nd down at 15. The ball at the 44 of the Ravens. Matabike moving the defensive line around. Out of the gun is Stroud. Empty backfield. Drops back to pass. Rolls to his right. Throws on the run. Deflected. Incomplete. Broken up at the last moment after it was intended for Nico Collins. Marcus Williams got a hand on it.
Excellent play by Williams. He was all over Nico Collins. This is a huge down now. 3rd and 15 at the 44. If you're the Texans, depending on how many yards you get here, you might go for it on 4th, or you might give Fairbairn another shot, although he just missed a 47-yarder, and it looks like he'd be going into the wind a little bit. So this could easily be 4-down territory where they try to get about half the yardage or more here on 3rd.
9th play of the drive. It's 3rd down and 15. Robert Woods, the speedster, in motion. Stroud takes the snap. He's in trouble. Dumps it off to Schultz. Schultz on the near side. Stiff arms his way to the 42. But then he's tripped up. Ronald Darby came over to help out. It'll be 4th down, and let's see what the Texans do.
Well, you got to punt it from here. I mean, this is too far now. 4th and 13, they only got 2 yards. Too far for a 59-yard field goal. Too far to go for it. Huge stop from the Ravens. They got pressure from Matabike and Van Noy. Stroud really had no opportunity other than to just throw the ball to his outlet receiver, Schultz.
Duvernay is back inside the 10. Johnson will punt this one away. It's a sidewinder. It'll go inside the 10-yard line, and it takes a Baltimore bounce forward to the 7. And it was eventually stopped by D'Angelo Ross after a 36-yard punt. Baltimore 17, the Texans 10. The number 1 seed in the AFC has a touchdown lead. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Taco Bell just dropped the new Cravings Value Menu. Now you can get 10 items for $3 or less, which means you can get the food you want for the price you want. It's almost like you can have your cake and eat it too. But in this case, it's a double-stacked taco from the new Cravings Value Menu. So basically, you can have your double-stacked taco and eat it too, which is a lot crunchier than cake. The new Cravings Value Menu is here. Get it at Taco Bell today. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations while supplies last. Contact store for price and participation which vary. Tax extra.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message Mateo left.
Jake from State Farm. You should know orange juice commercials make me cry. I feel bad for the oranges.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From now through Super Bowl 58, stream the NFL on Westwood One for free. Sponsored by AutoZone. You can listen to our broadcasts of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right. Get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone at AutoZone. Restrictions do apply. 6:26 to play in the third quarter. It's the Ravens 17, the Texans 10. The Ravens with the ball on the Baltimore 7-yard line. You feel like the Texans defense, which had such a good second quarter, needs to try to figure something out on this drive to make sure they're within reach.
Well, they got great field position. It was an excellent punt for the Ravens to have to be inside their 10. If you look at the statistics, there's not a lot of scoring drives when teams start inside their own 10, and it does feel like the next score in this game, Tom, is going to go a long way towards determining the winner, right? If the Ravens get up by 2 scores versus if the Texans get another score to tie it or get closer.
First out for the 7-yard line. In the backfield is Edwards. In motion is Zay Flowers. They hand the ball off to Edwards, running to his right. Breaks a tackle at the 10. Outside the numbers, gets to the 15. And is stopped at the 16-yard line. It's a gain of 9. For a big guy, he explodes quickly.
I think he's one of the most underrated backs in the league. I said that a couple times earlier this year. Did the Ravens-Cardinals game on CBS. I don't know why he doesn't get more love. I don't know why people don't talk more about Gus Edwards. Career high, 810 yards, 13 touchdowns. I guess because he's always been sharing the backfield, and there's always maybe been a higher drafted guy. But his career stats are really impressive when you look at them from an efficiency yard per carry standpoint.
Offset I formation, they pitch it to Edwards, running left. He steps along the numbers up across the 20 to the 22-yard line. He gets the first down. Derek Barnett makes the tackle after a 5-yard gain. So they'll move the chains. The clock will move under 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter, with the Ravens up 17-10 thanks to a 15-yard touchdown run by Lamar Jackson.
I was a little concerned about that the Ravens would lose some of their identity when they let go of Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator, brought Monken in, but he still uses Patrick Ricard, the 305-pound fullback at times, and he had an excellent kickout block on Petrie right there. Imagine being a 200-pound safety taking on a 300-pound fullback.
Jackson off the play fake on first down, rolls the pocket to the right, has plenty of time, pumps a few times, throws one time, and a diving catch by Bateman at the 42-yard line outside the far hash mark. It'll be a first down with 4:45 to play in the third quarter. It's a gain of 21.
Tom, have I told you lately how much I like first down play action?
No, but I'm going to make a note of it now.
I said that in the first half, I think. It's unbelievable. They pulled a left guard, Simpson, to the right, so they had a 7-man protection. Lamar had as much time as he could have ever wanted. I mean, he had 5 seconds there, and there wasn't a Texan within 7 yards of him to deliver that ball to Bateman.
First down to the 42-yard line. Hill in the backfield. Jackson out of the gun. Slings it to the near side for Zay Flowers. Flowers goes right to left, trying to find a move up to the 47-yard line. A gain of 5. Let's check in on the sidelines with Ryan Leaf.
Yeah, the scheme in the second half to simply throw the ball quick really has given the Houston Texans a little pause defensively. They were used to what was happening in the first half, where they were dropping back on first down, like Ross was saying, and playing great coverage and getting after the quarterback. Big change in philosophy for the Ravens offensively has turned into something special already.
Yeah, they're moving the chains. This drive started at the 7-yard line. It's up to the 46-yard line on second down and 5. In motion is Ricard. And now in motion is Zay Flowers. Jackson will hand it off to Justice Hill, running to his left, and he cuts back to his right before Blake Cashman takes him down. It'll be third down and about 3 And by the way, Isaiah Likely went off the field earlier, limping. He's back on right now for the Ravens.
Interesting play here, too, right? 3rd and 3. If you're the Texans, you don't really want to blitz because any hot route that Lamar Jackson throws, that's going to be a first down. I mean, even if you come up and you tackle the guy, they're still going to get 4 or 5 yards. Curious to see their defensive play call here. Wouldn't be surprised if they play coverage.
It'll be 3rd down and 3. Jackson out of the gun. To his right is Hill. They hand it off to Hill. Running to his left. He stumbles, and he gets to the 49-yard line. He's shy of the first down. It'll be 4th and 1. Christian Harris back in the game, made the tackle. Ravens are going to go for it here, right?
Ooh, I don't know. I think they'll at least act like they're going to go for it and try to get a hard count. They're bringing in the heavy package here.
Yeah,
that's a surprising play call there on 3rd and 3. I'm a little surprised it was just a straight give to Justice Hill without any type of threat of Lamar to run the ball or pass. I would have gone with something where Lamar had 2 options.
All right, it's 4th down and 1 from the 49-yard line of the Texans. They need to get to the 48. Jackson comes under center. Edwards in the backfield. Ricard left side of the offensive line. Now he's in motion. Off the play fake. Jackson will keep it himself. Rolls to his left. Has a blocker. Sidesteps his own man. And then pivots to his right down to the 35-yard line. Ronnie Stanley freed him. It's a gain of 15. That's all Lamar Jackson.
That is a feast or famine play call right there, though, Tom. I mean, what an advantage it is to have a guy with the athleticism of Lamar Jackson. But if that backside defensive end doesn't fall for it, Derek Barnett, he's getting smashed in the backfield, and it's a loss. They knew, I think, that Derek Barnett has a history of being overly aggressive. Anybody from Philadelphia can tell you that, and they used that against him.
9 carries, 82 yards for Lamar Jackson. 9 yards per carry. He'll take the snap out of the gun, throws on the run, throws it short to his intended receiver, Aguilar on the left side. It'll be 2nd down and 10, and now everybody can take a breath. Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy here on Westwood 1. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. The number 1 seed, the Baltimore Ravens, have a 7-point lead with 1:20 to play in the 3rd quarter. On a cold, blustery day here in Baltimore. 2nd and 10 for the 35. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Justice Hill in the backfield. Lamar looks to his right, taps his foot, takes the snap, drops back to pass, throws left to Hill. Hill along the sidelines is shuttled out of bounds after getting a first down by Derek Stingley. That's a well-designed play, almost 11 yards.
You're exactly right. The Ravens are expecting blitz, and they're giving Lamar Jackson answers for the blitz. As soon as he catches the ball, they bring edge pressure, and he throws the ball right out to Hill. They're supposed to be covering a man-to-man with Denzel Perryman. That's not even close. I mean, Perryman has no shot whatsoever to be able to make that play. I don't know why he was so slow trying to get out there.
Under a minute to play here in the 3rd quarter, and the officials blow the play dead, the next play dead. They're going to move the football back to the 27-yard line.
After discussion, the runner was 2 yards short of the line of the game.
Let's rephrase what John Hussey said. He said after discussion. Now, it may have been discussion with everybody on the field, but other folks in the booth here, other folks in New York, but they did get it right. He did step out a couple yard shot.
Well, and typically that is with New York. That's the replay assist in New York. Right. They talked amongst each other, and they saw it was clear that Hill had stepped out of bounds. Not good by Hill, by the way. He should have been able to keep that left foot inbounds and get the first down. Now the Ravens have to convert another 3rd down in short.
3rd down and 2 from the 27-yard line. Moving from right to left. The drive that began at the Ravens 7 is now at the 27 of Houston. Jackson in the backfield by himself. 2 receivers to the left. Zay Flowers tight to the line to the right. There are 2 tight ends on the right side of the offensive line. Jackson calls for Hill to come in motion. Takes the snap, throws left, pass complete left to Hill. He spins his way past the first down marker. Steven Nelson eventually gets him. He's a yard past the first down.
I love that play right there. Hill was split out wide. Lamar motions him in like he's almost going to come in the backfield, and then the ball snapped, and Hill goes right back outside. That was awesome.
And an injured player, Steven Nelson, is down on the field, and the clock stops with 22 seconds left to play here in the third quarter. The clock actually was running, and they finally realized to stop it once they saw that Nelson was not getting up.
And so really, I think...
Will the game clock operator please set the game clock to 29 seconds, please? 2-9.
So I was just about to say, before John Hussey so rudely interrupted me, just kidding, John, no, that the Ravens could have taken it to the quarter.
Right.
But now that he goes back to 29 on the game clock, the play clock is 24, so the Ravens will have to run a play where they otherwise didn't have to.
And it looks like Steven Nelson is up, and he's walking off the field without any assistance. He's walking very slowly, though, off the field. Former third-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Solid vet.
Yeah,
solid pro.
5 tackles last week and the interception.
82-yard pick six and 3 passes defense. He's been a nice pickup by Nick Caserio, the GM for the Texans. He made a bunch of them. I mean, Barnett and Kareem Jackson. You think about the guys that are making plays for them. Blake Cashman. A lot of these guys, Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, they've been on multiple teams. Nelson already has 6 tackles in this game.
So he's off the field. It's first down and 10 from the 24 of the Texans. A drive that began at the 7 of Baltimore. Pistol formation, Jackson with Edwards behind him. Now they move Ricard and Likely to the right side of the offensive line. Jackson looking for Zay Flowers to come across in motion. Barks out the signals. Play clock down to 10. Plenty of time. Now he gets Flowers to move again. Waits for him to cross. Looks at the Mike linebacker, and he got somebody to jump. Left side of the defensive line. Jonathan Grenard may have jumped. That's actually impressive. Quarterback voice, Ross.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense, number 52. 5-yard penalty. First down. Please set the game clock to 2 seconds, please.
So 2 seconds left here in the third quarter with the Ravens up 17-10 and feeling as if the momentum is on their back shoulder right now.
Yeah, absolutely it is. They're taking a lot of time off the clock. They are very much in scoring range. They have a chance to try to salt this game away.
That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The Ravens 17, the Texans 10. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Vicks VapoStick. Soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Soothing for your loved ones. From the makers of Vicks. Trusted for over 125 years.
Shop literally millions of new and used cars on AutoTrader. If you see a car on TV, driving by in your street, in your dreams, whenever really, pretty much any car you see, you can find one like it for sale on AutoTrader.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Finding quality candidates for your small business is no little league game, but Indeed can help you cover all your hiring bases. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
The American Red Cross is facing an emergency blood shortage. More donors are urgently needed now to ensure blood is ready at a moment's notice. Make an appointment today to give. Use the Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your donation.
Today's broadcast of the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One is sponsored in part by Grainger, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Wendy's, by Progressive Insurance, by AutoZone, and by NFL.com. We get set to begin the fourth quarter here in Baltimore. It's 17-10, Ravens on top of the Texans. It'll be first down and 5 for the Ravens. The ball spotted at the 19-yard line on a drive that Ross began at the 7-yard line of Baltimore. It's been 10 plays, 6.5 minutes have gone off the clock. They lead it by 7, and this has been Lamar Jackson's half so far.
It really has. And now, 1st and 5, they have an opportunity here to take a shot if they want to try to go for the dagger right here. But really, any score here is significant. I think they'd like to keep taking as much time off the clock as possible.
3 receivers to the right. Now Hill goes in motion into the backfield, so an offset I formation. And now it looks like Lamar Jackson is changing the play on 1st down and 5 from the 19-yard line. They hand the ball off to Edwards, and Edwards runs up the middle, cuts to his left, and gets down to the 16-yard line. Desmond King makes the tackle. By the way, Steven Nelson, who was injured at the end of the 3rd quarter, is in the blue tent for the Texans. That's significant. Now he's walking out, and it looks like they're going to bring him to the locker room.
Big loss.
Big loss.
They already don't have a ton of depth at corner, and to lose Nelson really, really hurts. Now it's going to be Kadar Holman the rest of the way, at least as long as Nelson's out.
2nd and 2. Jackson out of the gun. Runs the pocket to his right. Throws toward the end zone. Leaping grab. Isaiah Likely. Over the top of Derek Stingley. Touchdown Ravens. 15 yards from Lamar Jackson. It's 23-10 Baltimore.
I got to be honest with you, Tom. I thought Lamar was going to run it. They had blockers in front, and I was thinking to myself, great play call. Here comes the 1st down. And then out of nowhere, Lamar throws the ball to, by the way, a covered Isaiah, who likely goes over top of Stingley for the touchdown.
Point after for Tucker is good. The number 1 seed has a 2-score lead with 14:23 to play in the 4th quarter of the divisional round. The Ravens went 93 yards in 7 minutes to score. 24-10 Baltimore over Houston. This is Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs.
For non-stop NFL talk, there's only one station for you, and that's Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Josh Allen, it's just so hard to defend a quarterback that size, that tough, that physical.
Kansas City Chiefs, they're finding ways to win. You combine this offense with a really good defense. I like those odds. The guy they got at the helm with Patrick and obviously Andy calling plays.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays, and that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood.
Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? Guys are crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
We're all better players for having Coach Belichick as our coach. I respected his work ethic. I think there was a level of accountability and discipline that he had. Maybe we didn't always want to hear it, but in the end, when we reflect back, we're happy that we did hear it and that we went through it.
Listen to Let's Go every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio and anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Sports Grid Radio has all the information you need to get the winning edge over the sports books.
There's been a ton of sharp money that's come in, dropped the line way down to as low as 4.
All the lines, odds, totals, and player props for every game, right up through the Super Bowl.
We're not dealing with a total of 44.5, 45.5. We're in the mid-50s now.
When it happens in your favorite sport, it's covered on Sports Grid Radio.
I like the over, and I think they'll beat them by 11 or more.
Channel 159 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Ever wonder which companies deserve your hard-earned dollar? Ask Just Capital. It's a nonprofit that helps large companies do good for the world, because a just business is a better business. Learn more about their mission at justcapital.com. 24-10, Ravens on top of the Texans with 14:23 to play here in the 4th quarter. Steven Sims back deep to receive. Tucker will kick it off from left to right. And he boots it over the head of Sims, past the S in Ravens, and out of the back of the end zone. Texans will get the football back down 14. You're listening to the NFL playoffs on Westwood One.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and we'll waive your application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes along with more than 125 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Pay no application fee if you apply by February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stay tuned for part 2 of our NFL Divisional Playoff doubleheader on Westwood 1. Green Bay against San Francisco. Boy, that's going to be a great matchup. Ryan Ratke, Mike Golick, and Laura Oakman will have all the action from Santa Clara at 8 p.m. Eastern. Right here on most of these same Westwood 1 stations via the NFL app on Alexa-enabled devices or online at our website, westwood1sports.com. They're flashing the lights here at M&T Bank Stadium as if you walked into a room and flicked the light switch up and down. Is it throwing you off a little bit, Ryan Leaf?
It is not. It is some fun down here, boys. You want some playoff action? 24-10. Now, Ross talked about it. It looked like a rollout to the right for Lamar Jackson. Isaiah Likely sneaks his way out. And there, Derek Stingley Jr., he just overran it a little bit. He's got to have better ball skills as a corner. Isaiah Likely, the hybrid tight end, turns, makes the big catch. Lamar trusts him. With his life clearly down here in the red zone, they go up by 2 scores.
Yeah, 1st and 10 for the Texans from the 25-yard line. Robert Woods in motion. Out of the gun is Stroud. Drops back to pass. Has time. Dances the pocket to the right. Pumps once and then just throws it out of bounds on the Texans side of the field. Washington and Van Noy were tracking him down. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 25 of the Houston Texans.
And Tom, you and I were talking about it during the commercial. Really important drive for the Texans. I mean, to put it mildly, right? You're down 2 touchdowns. It's the 4th quarter. They can ill afford to punt this ball back to the Ravens. They need a touchdown drive, quite frankly, especially the way the Ravens have moved the ball on them the last couple drives.
From the 25 of the Texans on the right hash mark, Stroud out of the shotgun, Singletary in the backfield. Stroud, quick drop, throws right, passes complete to Dalton Schultz. Just shy of the 30-yard line. It's a gain of 4. It'll be 3rd down and 6 from the 29.5.
You know who Stroud reminds me of a little bit?
Who's that?
The guy that's 2 booths over right now. Troy Aikman.
Oh, okay.
He really does. You know, he's got that quick release. He carries the ball the same way. Harbaugh is going to call timeout. The Ravens only had 10 guys out there.
Yeah,
credit the Texans for getting on the ball and getting ready to snap it. The Ravens were late getting Matabike out there. Harbaugh had to burn one.
So it'll be 3rd down and a little less than 6. Patrick Queen just got in as well. Hello with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf. I'm Tom McCarthy here on Westwood 1. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. It's 24-10, Ravens on top of the Texans. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for the NFL Playoffs in Super Bowl 58.
Hear coverage of the NFL playoffs all the way through Super Bowl 58 on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hello with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf. I'm Tom McCarthy. It's 3rd down, and officially they say 5 from the 30-yard line of Houston. Set up on the far hash mark, moving from right to left. They break the huddle. 2 receivers left, stacked up. 2 receivers right. Ogunbowale in the backfield on third down. Ravens showing blitz. Here they come from the near side. Stroud drops back the pass, spins away from the blitz. He's in trouble. Throws to the near sideline for Woods. Overthrows him. Incomplete. Woods was at the 45. Millette was trying to pursue Van Noy as well. It'll be fourth down. Is Stroud okay? He's running off the field holding his left hand.
I think he's okay, but that's why you sign a guy like Van Noy, because Millette came off the edge unblocked, and Stroud knew it and spun out of it, but Van Noy had what you call second contain, right? So he wanted to make sure if Stroud somehow broke out, he was there to force the errant throw.
Johnston on to punt the ball away, his fifth punt of the day. Duvernay is back deep to receive. He'll let it bounce at the 31. It takes the Texans bounce to the 25. On the near side, it rolls down to the 23-yard line. And that's where the Ravens, who are in control, will take over. A 47-yard punt. Baltimore 24, Houston 10, 13:30 to play, fourth quarter. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Running your own business can feel a lot like running a one-person relay race. When you've got to expand your team, share the baton with Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform has smart tools to help you attract, screen, and hire quality candidates to your roster. And they don't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. Nix the hassle. Start hiring. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit to expand your team today.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol. Looking to buy a home? Get expert advice on finding the right home, making an offer, and the latest market trends from realtors. Listen to Real Estate Today at podcast.realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Tom McCarthy and Ross Tucker here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Baltimore. Ryan Leaf is down on the sidelines. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop on by. It's 24-10, the number 1 seed in the AFC. The Baltimore Ravens with a 14-point lead. They'll take over first and 10 from the Baltimore 22-yard line. Pistol formation. Jackson moves Ricard in motion to the near side. 3 receivers to the right. And now he brings Zay Flowers in motion. Takes the snap, hands the ball up to Hill. Hill running to his right, scampers to his left. Along the numbers, gets up to the 30-yard line before he's thrown down by Jonathan Grenard. A gain of 8 yards, just above the 30. It'll be second down and a short 2.
Boy, that's ideal, right? You're up by 2 touchdowns with 13 minutes and change left in the game. You want to run the clock as much as you can. 8 yards on an inside zone scheme to the right on first down. Exactly what you're looking for if you're the Ravens.
Yeah, the officials moved the ball to the 31-yard line of Baltimore, so it's officially second down and 1 from the 31. Hill again in the backfield, right behind Jackson. In motion is Ricard. 3 receivers to the left. Ball in the near hash mark. And now Zay Flowers comes in motion. Jackson takes the snap, hands it off to Hill. Hill runs right up the middle, and he's got the first down. Spun forward to the 35 of Baltimore. It's a gain of 3, and now we've got a flag on the far side. So there's going to be an illegal shift.
Oh, boy. What a bad penalty.
Lamar Jackson is pleading the case of the Ravens.
Illegal shift. Offense. 2 men movement at the same time. Number 42 and number 4. 5-yard penalty, second down.
I have to admit, you're better at this, and so is Ryan, than I am. But I thought one stopped before the other started. It might have been close.
Well, so do they. And I agree with you based on the last replay I just saw. Ricard was just standing there. I'm not sure what the officials saw. I'd have to get another look at it. I didn't see it live. And on the first replay that they just showed up here in the booth, I didn't see Ricard moving at all.
Well, the ball will be moved back to the 26-yard line. It's second down and 6 from the Baltimore 26. 12:40 and counting to play here in the fourth quarter. Flowers in motion to the near side. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Jackson barks out the signals, hands the ball, makes the handoff, now keeps it himself, runs to his left, cuts back to his right, up above the 35-yard line. He's hit hard to the 36 on the near hash mark. Denzel Perryman, who's hurt, applied the first hit, and the DeAndre Houston Carson provided the second hit. It's a 10-yard gain, which will give Jackson 92 yards on the ground.
He's going to go over 100 for the game. Terrific job by him faking the dive to Justice Hill.
And we've got an injured player. It's Denzel Perryman, the outstanding middle linebacker for the Texans, who's down at the 36-yard line. 24-10, Ravens on top of the Texans. 12:20 to play, fourth quarter. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,300 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
Did you know cooking nuisance alarms are the #1 reason for disabling smoke alarms? Introducing First Alert Precision Detection Alarms. Updated to the latest industry standards, these alarms feature new precision detection smoke alarm technology to help better distinguish cooking smoke and steam from a fire emergency while providing early warning in the event a fire breaks out. If it's time to replace your alarms or you're ready to upgrade, visit firstalert.com or your local Lowe's store to help protect what matters most.
Don't miss out on limited time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS tomorrow when the Kansas City Chiefs meet the Buffalo Bills in the Divisional playoffs. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL playoffs in Super Bowl 58 on CBS. You can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com.
That game is going to be epic.
It's going to be awesome. First playoff game on the road, aside from the Super Bowls, for Patrick Mahomes.
Unbelievable. And if you're the Bills, kind of feels like there's a decent amount of pressure on them, right? You don't want to lose at home in the divisional round back-to-back years. You don't want to lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs yet again.
Also, a lot of pressure on Bills Mafia to clean out the stadium as well. They've got a lot of shoveling to do, Ross.
Did you shovel it all last weekend?
My own car, yes. 1st and 10 for the 36-yard line of Baltimore. Under center is Jackson. He'll pitch it to his left for Edwards. Edwards running to his left. Edwards runs into his own man and is eventually taken down. That almost looked like a botched play. It's a gain of 1, close to the 37 of Baltimore. It'll be second down and 9.
And now Edwards is slow to get up. This is always interesting time in the game, right? If you're an offensive coordinator like Todd Monken, you're up by 2 touchdowns, but there's still a lot of time left on the clock. So, he's probably talking with John Harbaugh and trying to figure out just exactly how aggressive he should or should not be. That's 4 straight runs here. I think they obviously want to try to just run it, but eventually you'd have to imagine the Texans will stiffen up and stop him.
Edwards is off the field, out of the gun on 2nd down and 9. The handoff goes to Hill. Hill bursts to his right. He is smashed at the 48-yard line, but he gets out toward midfield. A positive run of 14 yards. It'll be a first down at midfield for the Ravens.
I'd run the same play again. The outside zone to the right, they're killing him. I mean, Ricard is getting up on the DN Barnett, and then Moses up on the second level is erasing Blake Cashman, the linebacker. He took him out of bounds. He rode him all the way out of bounds. That's the second big game they've had on that outside zone scheme to the right. Run it again. As an offensive lineman in the huddle right now, you're even looking at the sideline and yelling at them, run it again, run it again.
9 carries, 51 yards for Hill. It's 1st and 10 from the 49 of the Texans. They do run it again to Hill, who runs right, cuts back left, and he was able to get down to the 47-yard line, a gain of 2. Let's check in with Ryan Leaf.
This running game, as you talked about, led the NFL in yards per game, 156 and a half. And this is where they put the stamp on it. When they have the lead, when they've had big leads all year long, they've relied on the running game, and they've dominated. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They're imposing their will on the defense of the Houston Texans right now, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, Ryan, 185 yards on the ground for the Ravens in this ballgame. It's 2nd down and 8 from the 47 of Houston. They hand the ball off to Dalvin Cook, running to his right. Cook inside the 40, cuts back left to the 35, and outside the numbers inside the 30, the veteran with 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, just signed by the Ravens, gains 21 yards to put them under over 200 yards on the ground this afternoon.
Let Dalvin Cook. It was outside zone again. The 3rd time they've run the same play, except this time they had 2 tight ends, Ricard and Kohler, to the strong side. The Texans did not fit it up very well. Listen, how often are you going against 2 offset tight ends like that? Those guys, those outside backers, they're not sure exactly how to fit it. Terrific blocks to the point of attack.
From the 27, it's 1st down. They give it to Cook again. And Cook over the edge of his right tackle, inside the numbers to the 22-yard line. Ryan, what are you seeing down there?
Yeah, Dalvin Cook, of course, he asked for his release from the New York Jets. That was a big signing, if you recall, before the season started. But he just didn't have any way to get on the football field with Breece Hall. Wanted to go to a contender, and John Harbaugh and the Ravens jumped at the opportunity to get the All-Pro, and he is really putting the pedal to the metal here in the 4th quarter, something they needed, a fresh body that could take these carries late in games.
And his legs, Ryan, to your point, are so fresh for whatever reason, and partially because Breece Hall is such a good player. The Jets hardly used him all year.
2nd down and 6 for the 23. They give it to Cook again. Starts right, cuts left, nothing there. Grenard wraps him up and takes him down. He lost 1 on the play. So the clock will wind under 8 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. It's 24-10 Ravens. It'll be 3rd down and 7 from the 24 of the Texans. They're obviously in Justin Tucker field goal range.
I wonder if they even throw it here. I mean, there's less than 8 minutes remaining. They're up by 14. The only thing you cannot have happen here is a turnover, because a Tucker field goal puts you up 3 scores. You must reserve the right to kick a field goal here.
Hill checks back in for Cook. It's 3rd down and 7 from the 24. Jackson takes the snap, throws to his right. And Zay Flowers makes a man miss at the 20, spins to the 15, and he's down close to the 13-yard line. It's a gain of 11 yards, and now the 2 teams have to be separated after the first down toss.
Nice, safe throw there by the Ravens, right? It's just a curl route by Zay Flowers, who split out to the right. Not a tough throw for Lamar Jackson. They had Justice Hill go out to the flat, so Grenard went out there with him. Flowers knew that he'd be wide open in the zone, put it on him. The key, though, was making the one guy miss in Houston Carson to get the first down.
Clock winding under 6:45 to play here in the 4th quarter. 24-10 Ravens.
He should have been stopped short.
Yes.
I mean, if Houston Carson makes that tackle like he needs to, then the Ravens are kicking a field goal instead. There's going to be 2 more minutes off the clock.
1st and 10 for the 13-yard line. They hand the ball off to Hill. Hill bounces to his right, cuts to his left, inside the 10, down to the 7. They'll mark him at the 7. Cashman makes the tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 5, and a timeout called by the Texans. I don't think they had the personnel they wanted on the field anyway.
The Texans on defense?
Yes.
Well, you might be right, but I also think
they're out of gas.
And I'd rather call the timeout now than wait till later. I mean, you can't control the clock at all when you're on defense. When you're on offense, you can have a lot of control, and the Ravens, one way or the other, are very likely to be up 3 scores soon.
Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy here on Westwood One. You're listening to the NFL Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. Game 1 of 4. You can hear all 4 on Westwood One. And next week's NFC and AFC Championship and eventually Super Bowl 58. The Ravens, the number 1 seed in the AFC. They were somewhat tentative after the first half. Have outscored the Texans 14-0 in the second half. They've dominated them on defense. And now they've got it 2nd and 5 from the 8-yard line.
And there were a lot of nervous faces at halftime, Tom. You and I were in there.
Yeah.
You know, we were seeing different people, members of the Ravens organization and Ravens media, and there was some anxiety, to say the least, with it being a tie score at halftime.
I formation, likely the tight end who was acting as the fullback moves to the right. Justice Hill in the backfield. Off the play fake. Jackson rolls to his left. Ball to his left. Inside the 10. Out of the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Lamar Jackson. An 8-yard touchdown run. He has 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns. And the Ravens are on top 30-10.
That was the exact same play they called on the 4th and 1. Fake the run to the right, follow Ronnie Stanley to the left, and it is an incredible luxury to have a quarterback with the running ability of Lamar Jackson. The defense pretty much can't be right.
The point after by Tucker for Jackson, 100 yards, as Tucker's point after is good, but also it's the second time in his career, first in the postseason, he's had 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns in a football game.
Wow.
With 6:20 to play in the 4th quarter, it's all Ravens on top 31-10 over the Texans. You're listening to the NFL Plays on Westwood One.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
NFL Plus is your ticket to the NFL postseason.
We gotta get this one, boys. Let's go!
With NFL Plus, stream the entire NFL postseason and catch Super Bowl 58 live on phone and tablet.
That is unbelievable.
Plus, stay connected throughout the offseason with special content, the NFL Scouting Combine, NFL Draft, and more, all in one place. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more about a COVID-19 vaccine option at scheduleacovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Lamar Jackson with his 16th career 100-yard rushing game. Pretty amazing. The Ravens will go back on defense, which has been dominant in the second half, as dominant as Lamar Jackson has been this entire game.
I mean, it was a pretty even first half. This has just been stunning to me, the way the Ravens have just pulled away.
Here's Sims, who'll return it from the goal line. He cuts over to the right across the 20, and he's up to the 25-yard line before he's taken down. The road to Super Bowl 58 continues tonight and tomorrow with the Divisional playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. Which NFL teams will punch their ticket to the conference championships? Visit NFL.com/schedule for more info. How about the last 3 drives for the Ravens? 6 plays, 55 yards. 12 plays, 93 yards. The last drive, 11 plays, 78 yards. All 3 resulting in touchdowns.
Meanwhile, the Texans have 32 yards in the second half. This has been an absolute beatdown here in the second half. The Texans need points, and they need them in a hurry.
Timeout is called before the Texans are able to get up to the line of scrimmage. John Harbaugh has thrown the challenge flag out. Does he think that Sims may have fumbled that ball as he went to the ground? I thought he was down, and then the ball came loose. And let's see if that's exactly what it is.
Baltimore is challenging that the runner fumbled the ball and they recovered it on the kickoff return.
Well, this is imposing for the Texans because I thought the play was blown dead. But John Hussey will take a look at this.
He was down.
Yeah. This Close Shave Instant Replay Review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol.
I mean, they just showed it on the Jumbotron for the first time, and Harbaugh saw it for the first time, and he was not happy with his guys and the coaching staff. Whoever told him to challenge that, he just said to those guys, "Are you kidding me?"
I will say over the years, and this is more on memory than anything else, he has had some interesting challenges.
Well, this isn't even interesting. This is terrible. I mean, this is interesting.
After review, the runner was down by contact. This will be an unsuccessful challenge for Baltimore, and we will charge them their second timeout.
John Hussey sounds cold, doesn't he?
He does sound cold. He needs a tissue, too. He's got a liquidy substance coming out of his nostril there.
Ryan, can you attest to the fact that if you're on the sidelines, you'll get liquidy substances that you have to wipe away every once in a while?
Yeah. I mean, this situation, it's as a head coach, you have to trust.
Yeah.
But you also have to make sure you're doing the right thing in the right moment.
It'll be first down for the 29-yard line. Singletary in motion out of the backfield. Stroud drops back to pass out of the gun. Pressure's coming. Rolls to his right, directing traffic. Still rolling to his right, and he throws it back incomplete, intended for Nico Collins. It was broken up by 2 defenders. Patrick Queen was one of them, and the other one was Ronald Darby. Travis Jones was pursuing C.J. Stroud.
They still haven't sacked him, but man, they've gotten close so many times. He does a really nice job. He's got a strong tendency to escape to his right. You would think whichever the edge defender is over there, Clowney or Van Noy or whoever, would be able to pick up a sack just with how often Stroud tries to escape that direction.
2nd and 10 for the 29, trips to the left, 2 receivers right. Stroud, empty backfield, takes the snap, throws to the middle of the field for Schultz, and he overthrows him. He was open also. There is a flag down at the 24-yard line. It's in the neighborhood of holding. And Jadeveon Clowney is saying that he was being held.
Holding. Offense number 69. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Shaq Mason called for his second penalty. You mentioned before that you didn't think the Texans would run the ball anymore because Stroud has been so good. 6 of 9 for 16 yards in this second half, Ross, for C.J. Stroud. So they have no other answer.
No, well, obviously they can't run it now, and they weren't running it effectively. That was a blatant hold by Shaq Mason. The Ravens ran a stunt to that side. Clowney was the looper coming around, and Mason was not in good position. Basically just tugged him down by the chest plate on the shoulder pad.
Second down and 20 from the 19-yard line of Houston. Robert Woods in motion. Stroud out of the gun, drops back to pass. Pressure's coming, throws left to Woods. Woods has got it at the 25, so he gets 6 yards back. Millette makes the tackle. It'll be third down. And by the way, the penalties for the Texans, it's a franchise record postseason penalties, 10 in this game.
And this is likely 4-down territory.
Has to be. It's third down and 14 from the 25, and flags come in. I didn't think anybody was set there. It's going to be a false start against Houston.
How many times have you said that today?
I feel like I've said it at least 6.
Full start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Officially, I've said it 5 times, Ross. That was the 5th. Ball goes back to the 20-yard line of the Texans. It'll be third down and 19.
All right, so they have 2 downs to get 19 yards. You want to try to get a big chunk of it here on third down. I'd expect this to be a 10 to 15-yard throw, perhaps an in-breaking route. This is also when you might get interception because Stroud can have to drive the ball down the field a little bit.
Ravens up 31-10. Stroud out of the gun, has it, throws left, passes complete to Ogunbowale, makes one man miss along the numbers, cuts to his right, and dives forward to the 32, maybe the 33 of Houston. It's a gain of 13. It'll be fourth down. Brandon Stevens missed a tackle, but the clock will wind under 5 minutes to play by the time this play is uncorked.
That at least gives the Texans a chance here on fourth down, but this is the game.
4th and 6 from the 33 of Houston. Near hash mark, moving from right to left. Blitz is coming. Stroud takes the snap, throws to the middle. Incomplete! Intended for Dalton Schultz. Arthur Millette was in on the hit as soon as Stroud let that ball go, and the Ravens will take over and take this franchise to the AFC Championship.
For the first time, Tom, since 1971, there's going to be a conference championship game here in Baltimore. That's when it was the Colts. That's just remarkable. The Ravens brought pressure off the edge from Millette. Stroud was hurried. He overthrew Dalton Schultz. But you think about, the Ravens have won a couple Super Bowls.
Yes.
And they've been in several AFC championship games. None of them have been here. They've had to go on the road for all those, which I'm so excited for their fans, because even though they won a couple Super Bowls, ask anybody, there's nothing like a home conference championship game.
Jackson out of the gun, hands the ball off to Dalvin Cook, who runs to his right, and Cook over the block of his right tackle, gets to the 29. A timeout called by the Texans. It's a gain of almost 5 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 5 from the 29 of Houston. The run to Super Bowl 58 is on, and NFL Network is your home for the most comprehensive playoff coverage anywhere, all the way through Super Bowl 58. NFL Network, one network, all postseason. And again, the winner of this game, and it more and more looking like the Ravens, 5 minutes left to play, will face the winner of the Chiefs-Bills game that'll take place tomorrow. And either way, it doesn't matter who it's going to be. It's going to be a whopper of a game.
Oh, it's going to be amazing whether they have Josh Allen coming to town or Patrick Mahomes. I'd be curious to ask Ravens fans who they'd rather play in that one. I think you'd still probably rather not go against the Chiefs with the track record in the postseason of Mahomes and Andy Reid.
2nd and 6 from the 29. They hand it off to Dalvin Cook, who runs left. He's spun down left to the 28-yard line. Davis makes the tackle for the Texans, and a timeout is called by Houston. So Houston is now out of timeouts. The Ravens have 1. And it'll be third down and 5 from the 28 of Houston.
Do you think they throw it here, Tom?
I don't think they throw it here.
No. I agree. I think it's a run, especially now that the Texans don't have any more timeouts left. Right now, it really doesn't make sense to throw it. You run it, and you take the clock all the way down. You have Justin Tucker kick the field goal, and then the Texans would need 3 touchdowns and 3 two-point conversions. The odds of that, obviously, not real good.
It's third down and 5 from the 28-yard line with 4:53 to play in the fourth quarter. It's the Ravens 31, the Texans 10. And in their own individual and sometimes collective way, the fans here at M&T Bank Stadium are kind of celebrating and anticipating. Likely in motion. The pitch goes to Hill, running to his right, has some blockers, still on his feet, and he dives forward to the 25-yard line. They'll mark him at the 26. Morgan Moses made the block to free him up. So it'll be 4th down and 3. They're going to keep the offense on the field.
Well, I think that they would at least at a minimum here try to get the Texans to jump on a hard count, right? I don't know that they'll actually go for it here.
Use their last time out if they have to?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's at a minimum. It wouldn't shock me if they went for it and tried to really salt this thing away. But my guess is this is more just a hard count.
4th and 3 from the 26-yard line of Houston. Near hash mark, moving from left to right. Likely's in motion. They take the snap. They pitch it to Hill. Running to his right. Has blockers. He's got the first down. Morgan Moses again. And he's on one knee signaling first down on the sidelines. It's a gain of 5, and the salting will begin.
Boy, you got to love that if you're a Baltimore Ravens fan. And also, I think I'd be curious to see what the analytics say on that, because if you're up 21, the odds are they're not going to get 3 touchdowns anyway, right? But if they do, 3 touchdowns, 3 extra points, they tie it up. It's still 3 scores either way. So in this instance, they at least gave themselves a chance to keep running clock, which is probably more valuable than another 3 points in this instance.
Dalvin Cook checks in. He'll take the handoff at 1st and 10 from the 21. He's stopped behind the line of scrimmage and then cuts back left, and he's down inside the 20. No timeouts left for the Texans. The Ravens have over 230 yards on the ground in this afternoon's game.
Boy, you don't see that very often in pro football, do you?
No.
Over 200 yards rushing?
Not in this day and age. Now, back more than 50 years ago,
of course,
when the Colts hosted an AFC championship, AFC title game here in Baltimore, maybe that was happening.
Smart thing now by the Ravens, staying in the huddle as long as they want. They should not snap the ball until there's less than 5 seconds on the play clock.
Play clock has 2. Jackson under center, takes the snap, hands the ball in a pitch to his left for Cook, who runs left and just sits down after losing 3 yards. Blake Cashman makes the tackle. Now that'll take the clock under 3 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Jackson comes over to the sidelines and barks something at John Harbaugh.
It's going to be a pretty tough team to beat here, Tom.
Well, if they play like this, when they run the football and Jackson's under control and doesn't turn it over, I mean, again, you alluded to it. The only touchdown today for the Texans was the punt return. That's it.
Every stat for the Ravens is more impressive than the next. They're the only team to have 25 points per game, number 1 rushing offense, number 1 scoring defense, except the 85 Bears, 72 Dolphins. Those are pretty good football teams.
Hand the ball off to Cook on 3rd and 12 from the 23. He runs right, and he stood up and pushed back to the 25-yard line. Barnett makes the tackle. And that'll take this to the 2-minute warning. And it'll bring Tucker out onto the field on 4th down. Lamar Jackson's already walking over to the sidelines. He senses what's happening here. He looks a little upset that they didn't do something a little different on that play. We have reached the 2-minute warning here in Baltimore. The number 1 seed, the Ravens, on top of the Texans, 31-10. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-Do.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
2 seconds left on the clock, 3rd field goal range, and it looks like he's going to go with a 5-iron. No, wait. The quarterback is skating back on the ice. He's talking with his caddy. They're pulling the goalie. He skates off the fairway as the kicker lines up his putt. It's a breakaway. They bundle their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Touchdown savings, birdie goal.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show every weekday from 12 until 3 Eastern Time on many of these same stations. And be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. Along with Ross Tucker and Ryan Leaf, I'm Tom McCarthy. 2 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. And the Ravens up 31-10, and they've been really celebrating for the last, I would say, 8 minutes or so here in Baltimore. But they really celebrated during that timeout because they showed Lamar Jackson on the big video board, and he got a huge round of applause.
I mean, can you believe that this offseason that there was contract issues there? It's just remarkable when you think about it. And it's also pretty impressive how many people are still here, right? They could have gotten a jump on traffic. They don't care. This is what they'd rather be doing on a Saturday evening.
This will be a 43-yard field goal attempt by Tucker. He's made one of 53 yards, kicking from left to right. Good snap, good hole. Kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good. And the Ravens extend their lead. It's 34-10 with 1:56 to play in the fourth quarter. And with that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. Well, this is the point in the game where we kind of talk about the other team whose season will end.
I was just thinking that. What did they teach you that in broadcasting school? How do you know that? How do you know that now's the time we do that?
You just have a feel for these things, Ross. And what it will tell us is that a team that won 11 games the last 3 years and wound up winning 11 this year, counting the postseason, has an awful lot to look forward to in the Houston Texans.
They sure do. I mean, a first-year head coach, a rookie quarterback. It's only happened 3 times where that combo's ever won a playoff game. And ironically, it was Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh here in Baltimore in 2008, and then 2009, Rex Ryan and Mark Sanchez. So Houston Texans fans should be ecstatic about where their franchise is and where it's going. To be able to win a division, have a home playoff victory, make it to the divisional round. There's a lot of good teams in Dallas and Philadelphia and elsewhere that didn't make it this far.
Dameon Pierce back deep to receive this kickoff, which squibs across the turf. He picks it up at the 16-yard line, runs to his left, gets across the 25 to the 30, and he fumbled the football. The Ravens are saying they have it. The Texans, of course, are saying the other way. And they're still pointing, and it's going to be Texans football. I thought for a moment that Jeremiah Moon fell on top of it.
First down,
for the Ravens.
And by the way, that might be the last time Dameon Pierce has the football for the Houston Texans. It just hasn't worked out for him.
Well, he got hurt this year. That hurt him too.
Right, but in Bobby Slowick's scheme, it just doesn't seem like a great fit. But he had such a good rookie year, I would imagine that somebody would want to trade for him to maybe even be a lead back. He was fantastic as a rookie.
First and 10 for the 30-yard line for C.J. Stroud. The rookie quarterback had a good first half, not so good second half. Hands the ball off to Ogunbowale, who runs to his right over the block of his right tackle up to the 34. Malik Harrison makes the tackle. It'll be second down and 6. No timeouts for the Texans, 1 timeout for the Ravens. And Ozzie Newsome, by the way, is putting his winter jacket on. That'll let you know the game's almost over.
Well, and I would say this. If you're the Texans and you're obviously not going to try to come back, why even hand the ball off? Just take a knee. I mean, I know that you don't but why take the chance of somebody getting hurt here? They're conceding. They're waving the white flag. They had a terrific year. But why even have these guys firing off at each other and hand the ball off and take the chance of an injury for any of these guys at this point.
2nd down and 6 from the 34-yard line. Stroud dumps it off to his left for Nico Collins. Stiff arms his way outside the numbers across the 40, and he has a first down up to the 43-yard line. Malik Harrison makes the tackle. We're under a minute to play in the 4th quarter. It's a 9-yard gain.
But they're not doing hurry-up offense. They're not trying to get plays off here. They know it's over. In fact, Stroud looks like he's only going to call one more play under 40 seconds here to end this football game.
Yeah, hands in his hand warmer in front of his body. He'll break the huddle. Clock winds 35 seconds and counting to play. Ogunbowale in the backfield. Stroud out of the gun. Hands the ball off to Ogunbowale, who runs to his right over the block of his right guard. Gets to the 47-yard line. And that should do it. For the first time in more than 50 years, the city of Baltimore is going to host the AFC Championship. Next week, they'll take on either the Chiefs or the Bills after scoring 24 unanswered points here in the second half as they've knocked off the Texans 34-10, and the number 1 seed will move on. And now the celebration at midfield, both teams coming over to converge. C.J. Stroud finds Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh finds DeMeco Ryans. It was a heck of a year for the Texans, and the year is getting even better for the Baltimore Ravens.
And I think the way in which they won this game, Tom, makes it even more impressive. You overcome the adversity of 10-10 at halftime. You allow a punt return for a touchdown. And at halftime, things were looking dicey. They just put this thing into overdrive and dominated the second half.
Well, the number 1 seed survives. The AFC continues with this whole chalk theory. And now, as we mentioned, the Ravens will await the winner of the Chiefs and the Bills. That game will take place tomorrow. It'll be the final game of the day, and it will be unbelievable in Buffalo. The teams continue to chat at midfield. There's a throng of cameras and reporters that are surrounding the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. It's funny, what caught my eye is Dalvin Cook running off the field all smiles because it was a lost year for him. And here he is as a member of the Ravens moving on to the AFC Championship game.
Hey, this worked out well. He got paid more than any other running back this offseason. Barely got the ball for the Jets, and then he gets released, gets to come here to maybe the best team in football. He's going to play in a conference championship game for the first time, maybe second time in his career, and have a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
The Ravens ran for 229 yards today. Pretty incredible to get over 200 yards. They held the Texans offensively to just 213 yards, 68 in the second half, and 145 in the first half. It turned out to be a dominating win for Baltimore, 34-10 over the Texans. Let's check in with Ryan Lee.
Thanks, Tom. I'm here with Isaiah Likely, tight end for the Baltimore Ravens. Talk about the impact last year in your rookie year had to when Mark Andrews got hurt this year, and how much you've been able to influence with Lamar Jackson.
Really just, keeping the chemistry where it is. I mean, building every day, taking a day, one day at a time, being where my feet are, and just trying to be right where the quarterback needs me every play.
Well, speaking of being right where he needed to be, on that touchdown pass, Derek Stingley Jr. kind of went in front of you. Was that something you guys saw that you knew he was going to try to put it on your back shoulder?
Yeah, I mean, the play design, he played it well. I mean, I was trying to run the corner route, and then, I see Lamar still holding the ball, so I said, man, just throw it to me. And he threw it back shoulder, he threw a perfect back shoulder ball. I just went and made my quarterback right.
Playing for this Ravens team, your second year in the league, you guys get a chance now to play in the first AFC Championship ever in Baltimore's history. How important is it to be able to do that at home, regardless of who your opponent is?
It's great. I mean, you have a opponent come here into the bank and have to deal with the crowd noise. I mean, I think we had like 6 false starts due to the bank. So, I mean, you had an opponent come here and play at the bank. Then you got to play against our defense, and you got to play against our electrifying offense. I mean, it's hard to play against.
What's it mean to maybe have Mark Andrews back with you next week and what you two can do together with some damage?
it'd be great to have Big Bro back. I mean, I've been waiting. I've been asking him, how you been feeling. He told me he feels great. I tell him, we're gonna get this one, and then you let me know how next week feel. And if you come back next week, y'all let me know how Sunday goes.
Well, there you have it. Isaiah Likely, Baltimore Ravens tight end, on their win, heading them to the AFC Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, back to you.
All right, Rye. So in the regular season, there were 12 touchdowns for tight ends for the Baltimore Ravens, and they get one today. Once again, the final score. It's the Ravens 34, the Texans 10. Back with more in a moment. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks Vapo Cool Drops. With maximum strength menthol and a powerful rush of Vicks vapors that works in seconds. Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapo Cool Drops.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Chris Brockman here from the world-famous Rich Eisen Show, and the playoffs are now. The stakes are higher than they've ever been, and there's no better way to turn the playoff football's big game energy into 100 times your money than Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players. Pick more or less their projection for a wide variety of stats and place your entry. Boom! It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Get in the lab and cook up your winning entry. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit of up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app and use the code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back. All right, Jimmy, our Army veteran, for $400. Are you ready to answer the next question?
Actually, I'm good.
Huh?
Well, I already earn and save $473 a year on average with Navy Federal Credit Union. So, yeah.
All members of the armed forces, all veterans, and their families can earn and save more every year with a Navy Federal membership. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Dollar value based on the 2022 Navy Federal Member Give Back Study.
Shop literally millions of new and used cars on AutoTrader. If you see a car on TV, driving by on your street, in your dreams, whenever really, pretty much any car you see, you can find one like it for sale on AutoTrader.
Ross, perk up your ears. You can log on to WestwoodOneSports.com every weekday during the NFL season for a brand new episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Listen at your convenience at WestwoodOneSports.com/Ross Tucker. 34-10, the final score. The Ravens have beat up on the Texans. They scored 24 unanswered points in this second half. They rushed for over 200 yards. Lamar Jackson rushed for 100 yards. He had 2 rushing touchdowns and 2 passing touchdowns. I think any question about, playoff malaise in his part, I think that's kind of over.
No, that's over. The whole thing about he doesn't play well in the playoffs, he was fantastic today. But now it's the next step. Right now it'll be, is he good enough to beat Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes in a conference championship game and get this Ravens team to the Super Bowl? If he plays like he did today, he certainly has a great chance to do that. I mean, he's only had 5 playoff games, Tom. 3 of them he's rushed for 100 yards. So we talk about the passing game all the time, and people say, oh, you don't want to have a running quarterback. Well, you do if it's Lamar Jackson, because that is a huge advantage. Think about the 4th down bootleg where they got converted for the first down, the 2 rushing touchdowns. It is such a weapon that I wondered and worried they would lose with Todd Monken coming here and all the talk of more passing, less running, spread offense. I thought they would lose what made the Ravens so good the last few years. They didn't. They incorporated some new things, but they kept those core concepts of Lamar running when they need it.
And think about his running ability, set up the touchdown pass to Isaiah Likely as well, because he's rolling out on a bootleg. Everybody's thinking he's going to run, which then gives the big man a chance to go over the top of a smaller coverage guy.
It's such a great point. And you think about also when he drops back to pass, Tom, multiple times in that first half, he had 20-something yard runs off of scrambles because he dropped back to pass. Nobody was there. He took it and ran. It is just such a huge edge. It's why, frankly, I don't talk to a college coach that doesn't want a quarterback that can run. I mean, and even in the NFL, they all recognize the need to have quarterbacks that can run. And I'll say this, he's not a runner, but Stroud's mobility is better than I thought. I don't know if he was sacked the whole night. He found a way to buy time, get rid of the ball. That in and of itself, I know they didn't score an offensive touchdown, but the fact that Stroud was not sacked once the whole game is really impressive for that youngster.
All right, so 5th AFC Championship game in the franchise history of the Baltimore Ravens, their first since 2012, and Lamar became the 5th player in NFL postseason history to have 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns. The last to do it was Colin Kaepernick.
Unbelievable. It is going to be an incredible atmosphere next weekend with 50-some years in between conference championship games. And kudos to the Texans. Their fans have a lot to be excited about moving forward.
All right, the final score, it's the Ravens 34 and the Texans 10. The Ravens move on to the AFC Championship next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Let's rejoin Scott Graham at our Westwood One studios.
All right, thank you very much, guys. It was a game that turned out one way but began an entirely different way as we take a look back on what happened in this one between the Texans and the Ravens. The Houston Texans, the Cinderella team coming in, the Ravens with something to prove as they came into this ball game as the number 1 seed, needing 2 wins to get to the Super Bowl. They scored first on their opening drive of the game on a Justin Tucker 53-yard field goal to take a 3-0 lead. But late in the first quarter, after they hadn't moved the ball much, the Texans did get the ball into Ravens territory, and Kaimi Fairbairn hit on a 50-yard field goal to tie the game at 3. Early in the second, at the end of a 76-yard drive, Lamar Jackson was marvelous on this drive, running for 38 yards, completing 4 passes, found Nelson Aguilar for a 3-yard touchdown at the 9:14 mark of the second, and Baltimore had the first touchdown of the ball game with the extra point, a 10-3 game. Looked like it might stay that way for a while because the Texans weren't doing much offensively, but they got a defensive stop late into the second quarter. That brought the punt team out of the field, and that brought us to our Wrangler highlight of the game.
Stout punts it from left to right. It's a good one. A lot of hang time. Sims takes it at the 33. He's assessing. Gets to the far hash, and then along the hash on the far side, he bursts inside Ravens territory. Cuts to the left inside the 35. Now the 30. Sideline 15. High stepping 5. Into the end zone. A punt return for a touchdown for Steven Sims. It's a 67-yard return. And the Texans are a point away from tying this game up.
They would tie the game with the extra point. That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. 75 years of history and still blazing trails. Check out Wrangler.com today to discover new styles and all the latest denim trends. Wrangler, for the ride of life. This game was tied at 10 at halftime, but the Ravens came out looking like an entirely different team to begin the third quarter. They took the opening second half kickoff, and it took them only 6 plays after a big kickoff return from Devin Duvernay to go 65 yards. And the quarterback, who is the presumptive MVP in the league, took care of the rest himself.
Second down and 10 from the 15. Jackson from the gun. Looks to his right now. Runs right up the middle. Gets to the 10. Cuts to the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens. Gus Edwards with the block that freed him up. And the Ravens take the lead on a 15-yard touchdown run by Lamar Jackson.
Extra point was good. We were less than 3 minutes into the second half, and it was a 17-10 game. But if you were watching, if you were listening, you realize this game had turned entirely. Houston Texans couldn't run the ball all day long. The Ravens' defense was suffocating. And early in the fourth quarter, at the end of one of 2 7-minute drives, this one 12 plays and 93 yards, it bled over into the early part of the fourth quarter. And what it basically meant was the ball game, as this time the quarterback went to his arm.
2nd and 2. Jackson out of the gun. Runs the pocket to his right. Throws toward the end zone. Leaping grab. Isaiah Likely. Over the top of Derek Stingley. Touchdown. Ravens. 15 yards from Lamar Jackson. It's 23-10 Baltimore.
24-10 with the extra point. They put together another 11-play, 78-yard drive, taking 7:10 off the clock. Jackson with his second touchdown run of the game. That basically put it away as Baltimore wins it by a score of 34-10. They advance at home for the championship game next week against the winner of tomorrow's Kansas City-Buffalo game in the AFC. We come back, we're going to take a look ahead to what we've got next, which is game number 2 of our divisional round doubleheader. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Chris Brockman here from the world-famous Rich Eisen Show, and the playoffs are now. The stakes are higher than they've ever been, and there's no better way to turn the playoff football's big game energy into 100 times your money than Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less their projection for a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. Boom! It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Get in the lab and cook up your winning entry. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit of up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app and use the code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back to our Westwood One studios. We continue on the post-game show. One #1 seed has already won. The Ravens knocking off the Houston Texans, ending their season 34-10. The second #1 seed is coming up just moments from now in Santa Clara. The San Francisco 49ers, coming off their bye last week, host the Green Bay Packers, the first ever #7 seed to advance in the NFL playoffs. They, of course, are riding the momentum of Jordan Love, their young quarterback, and All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner told me that this is a guy that the Niners have to be very, very careful about.
Some of those mannerisms that Aaron obviously has, and him being able to watch him for so long, you kind of see those things carrying over. Jordan is his own player through and through. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's the next Aaron Rodgers or anything. He's fully the next Jordan Love, and I really can appreciate the fact that he's gotten better throughout the season as a young player and making the right decisions. And, I think the sky's the limit for him.
But he is not the only player of a very young Green Bay Packers team who's gotten better and better as the year has gone on. Talk with running back Aaron Jones, who had the early part of his season bothered by a lot of injuries, but turned out a 3-touchdown performance last week in Dallas. And I asked him about how this young team all kind of coalesced and came together during the course of the year.
The tightness, camaraderie, all of that, how we've just kind of meshed, something that kind of me and Jordan tried to start in the off season with the, getting receivers and the skill positions together in California to just hang out, throw the ball, work out. Because at the end of the day, it's who you're going to battle with, your brothers, the guy next to you. You got to know that that guy cares about me just as much as I care about him. When you have that level of understanding, you guys will do anything for each other.
Talked to Jordan last week. He's got such a level head about him, and he also has so much in terms of physical gifts that we're seeing on display more and more and more, maybe the last 4 or 5 weeks. You've been around him a bit coming into this year when he wasn't starting. Have you seen this in him since the beginning?
I've definitely seen this in him since the beginning. He comes out in practice. For 3 years, he's playing against our starting defense, and he's starting to make throws, and you can see him growing. You can see the confidence building, and you're like, not everybody's just making these throws, and then once he finally got his opportunity to play, he showed that he's a gamer.
You're going up against a team that you certainly have seen in the past, not this year, but you know what this 49ers team is all about. In taking a look at this version of them as you get ready for this, what are you seeing?
They have a good front seven, and they fly around in the back end as well. They swarm. Packers, they play all on one level, one chord. They play together, and I think that's something that they've done for a long time. They have a lot of the key pieces still there from 2019, 2020. So they know each other. They know how to play off of each other, but we believe in ourselves as well, though. We know if we come out and play our game and play to our standard, we'll be fine.
As a fellow running back, what do you think of when you look at what Christian McCaffrey has accomplished over the course of the last couple of years?
I think it's amazing what he's accomplished over the course of the last couple of years. It's huge for running backs, and he's helping the market as well for running backs to get paid. But I feel like I could do the same things as he can.
Last thing, how gratifying has this run been for this group as you've come together?
It's been very gratifying just knowing that, hey, hard work pays off. We, like I told the guys earlier when we were going through that law, hey, block out all the outside noise. Let's stick together. We have everything that we need in this locker room. And so for that to come true, the guys stick together and believe in each other. Hey, that we could get this done because, we were 3-6, 2-5. Guys could have been like, I'm packing it up for the off season. But they stayed in it here. And all you need is a chance. And we had a chance with the last three. And we've been in that playoff mode since the last three games.
So many numbers of comparison between Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. How about this one? The last time a team that was the lowest seed ran the table, went through and won the Super Bowl, that would have been Aaron Rodgers and the 2010 Green Bay Packers. Stay tuned. Once again, our final, Baltimore 34, Houston 10. You're listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.
Hey, it's Michael Fabiano. The playoffs are here. The stakes are higher than ever. And there's no better way to turn playoff football's big game energy into 100 times your money than Prize Picks. Just select two or more players, pick more or less than their projection for a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Get in the lab and cook up your winning entry. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app and use code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Final score, Baltimore 34, Houston 10. You've been listening to the AFC Divisional Playoffs presented by Intuit TurboTax. I want to thank our crew for this afternoon. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio producer Brian Finkelstein. Production assistance provided by Michael Garland and Dan Silverman. Our statistician Russ Deland. Our spotter David Salati. Engineer Sam Bergillo. Production supervisor Aaron Cummins. Coordinating producer Mike Eby. The executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Reminder that BetMGM is the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. Now stay tuned for Game 2 of our NFL Divisional Playoff doubleheader. Up next, the San Francisco 49ers host the Green Bay Packers. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick, and Laura Oakman are standing by to bring you all the action. Then tomorrow, another double dose of playoff action. First, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers battle the Detroit Lions, followed by the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills. Coverage begins at 2:30 Eastern Time on most of these same stations on the NFL app, Alexa-enabled devices, or streamed live for free on our website, WestwoodOneSports.com. From the wild card round all the way to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, the NFL playoffs are on Westwood One. Once again, our final score, we have one participant for Championship Sunday from M&T Bank Stadium, Baltimore 34, Houston 10. For Tom McCarthy, Ross Tucker, and Ryan Leaf, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to the NFL Playoffs on Westwood One.